taimako wajen yan women affairs suka fara neman mata wanda suka yi gudun hijira za ta taimake su. Aka za ka sa na ciki muka je da watan mu biyu da aka yi mana training na saka kuma gaskiya mun ji daɗi don suka mana training za su ba mu abincin rana za su ba mu kuɗin motan dawowa gida ma kazalika.
So you won't travel abroad, Abi? My dear, you won't travel abroad. No be saying a bad thing, no. But you sure say waiting this woman they tell you say na true? You sure say she really get the job where she promised you so? Make you think I'm well, oh. Make you think I'm well. She don't carry you reach here. My dear, you suppose know by now, say this woman a scam. Make you know they listen to them. Make you know they listen to them. No drink waiting that they give you. You be brilliant girl with bright future. Other opportunities will still come. The most important thing is make you try work hard, try go school, and then try make you not follow this woman. See that 50,000 euro which they tell you that millions of naira be that too. Don't follow this woman. Go and no go.
Bread like blue band on top bread. I promise.
Moms, what's it with this one now?
But this one no grip perform now. When you go down the para now.
Touch her small.
You see waiting I be tell you? No be this kind of life I want for you. And I sure say no be this kind of life you want for yourself.
Don't worry, this one, they will.
They will when they follow you talk. They worry you.
Okay. Now your passport be this. I don't see them. You will work for me. No. You will go satisfy my customer. Did they hear me so? Carry this girl, come on here. Carry her go.
Stay well. Now here you are.
Stop! Please stop! No! Please!
My people, human trafficking na serious crime. And no be something we're supposed to allow government alone to solve. All of us supposed join our hands to protect people where they're vulnerable for our society. If you see something we no good, talk calm, don't keep quiet. A lot of people they deceive are promising youth, they traffic them go abroad. Some of them they die for road. Some of them are slavery and prostitution, now they go end put. We're not supposed to allow this kind of thing happen. Everybody life they valuable. And if you treat our fellow human being with respect, we fit stop this kind of thing. So my people, make we all join hands for inside this matter and say no to human trafficking.
Yeah, just like the name suggests, Women Political Empowerment Program. The program has been very instrumental in creating an enabling environment, and even going beyond creating an enabling environment, it has built the capacity of women to substantively participate in politics in Nigeria across different levels. Now, both in the mainstream political participation and also as voters, also understanding their civic responsibility to participate in the electoral process. Before we had the Canadian funded program on Women Political Empowerment Program, we used to have situations where as CSOs organizations, we designed programs to increase women political participation without necessarily involving the main stakeholders in that respect, involving them in the design.
Good morning once again. Just to say that we'll start in about 10 minutes. By 10 a.m., the event will start formally.
Within political parties, also recognizing that women within the political parties are a very strong constituency for change. For the first time, we're starting early. What used to happen before is just before the general elections, a lot of activity starts happening, trainings, whatever, and the women can't do anything with those things at that time because the election at that point has been negotiated in most times. Candidates already handpicked and chosen, and the women would not have opportunity to even negotiate their candidacy. What can be done better moving forward is in terms of timing. Timing is very important. Right now we know that we're targeting 2023. So both on the side of the donor in terms of releasing of the funding in tranches, in terms of kickstarting activities, we need to be very time conscious. It's one thing to say we want to do this, we have the work plan, we have the timeline, but actually getting down to doing these things is very important. And also we need to be sure that we have a mixture of people working on issues. Women's Political Empowerment Program is not an isolated program. It has to be done in synergy with the peace and security and other programs, because you can't talk about women's political participation when we've not addressed violence against women, when we've not created enough security for women to come out and participate. So these are all interlinked components, and I strongly recommend that we should approach programs from an integrated approach rather than a siloed approach, which currently is what is going on.
Providing services to around persons who are experiencing violence against women. We also see these opportunities providing income generation opportunities for women who are affected by conflict as well. You saw that WOYEN has trained women in the production of reusable sanitary pads in Portisco. This is not only bringing these women income, but it's addressing something very significant, especially in conflict situation concerning women dignity. It's giving them income, but it's also addressing issues around dignity, about the body of
Hello? Please, the camera people should please arrange your cameras in such a way that you don't block the entrance to avoid the kind of collision we just had. So please try and please let's have some pathway there so that will not be obstructing dignities unnecessarily as they come in. She said, "Now, okay, all right. Thanks, Mr. Mokhtar." The house is getting fuller, and like I said, we would commence proceedings shortly. We already have in the house the president of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Chris Isiguzo. Please appreciate our president, the NUJ president, already in the house. Thank you very much. We have in the house, you said, mission director to Nigeria, Melissa Jones. She just came in. Can we please appreciate her? Before she came, Mokhtaru Shitu, senior advisor, was holding forth. We are glad that she's here. Cynthia Roth, who is development director, Foreign and Commonwealth Division Office of the British High Commission, is here represented by Juliana Prince. Where she was seated here. I think she will soon be back. Oh, so thank you for being here. Our special remarks will be coming from the Councillor and Head of Development Cooperation, Canadian High Commission, Irash Iratalab Tarani, who is already seated. Can we please give her a three-way applause for those three names? Can we please appreciate in place, already seated? Thank you very much. A number of our media executives are also seated already. I've seen the editor of the Daily Trust, Hamza Idris. Hamza, you're welcome. Thank you very much. We'll be having more recognitions as we proceed. Again, I'd like to appeal, please, let's be careful. We're managing the space. So our camera people should ensure that we do not obstruct NLOB, a foremost fighter for human and woman rights, already in the house. Can we please appreciate NA? Thank you for being in the house. So again, just to say that we have the agenda. The first part of this program would start with the objectives and expected outcomes by Auntie Muji and myself. Then we'll take the opening remarks from the UN Women Country Representative to Nigeria and ECOWAS. Then the special remarks and goodwill messages. From the goodwill messages, we move to solidarity statements, which we consider very, very important. And then the keynote address, if we have in the house the speaker or his representative. Then the signing of the compact of commitment, that's the memorandum of understanding, and group photograph. We'll move from there to the tea break. And then shortly after that, we would have the panel discussion to put the issues in context, in perspective. And like I did say earlier, we already have panelists, at least in the majority, seated. Then that would dovetail into plenary discussion, and that would be the end of that segment of the program. And then later on, there will be engagement with the media on the status of legislative agenda and so on and so forth. So that's what we have. And I think that at this point, we can rise and take the national anthem to formally commence the opening of this program. Can we please be on our feet for that purpose, if we are able to stand up and then For women everywhere, let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. Wow. You know, when we're singing the national anthem, everybody stood at attention. But for the women's anthem, I was moving my legs here. Maybe you didn't see me. So danceable. I think it's a song that also makes men sometimes jealous. That I wish you can also say, sing a song for men. At least the men who are supporting women. Anyway, that's great. Can we please have another round of applause for women everywhere? So, objectives and outcomes. Let me invite Auntie Moji here just to give us a very brief synopsis of why we're here. Then I will make an addition to that. Auntie Moji has done a lot for women and is still doing a lot. And can we please appreciate her as she steps forward?
Thank you very much, Larry. Your Excellencies here, very, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Should I say on behalf of UN Women and donors, the Canadian government, and of course the federal government of Nigeria, I'd like to welcome all of us here. I'm sure Larry has done a lot of introductions, so let me just say that I would want to respectfully stand on those introductions that have been made. Having said that, this journey started with the vision of the country representative, UN country representative to Nigeria and the ECOWAS last year. The journey started, I think, and ever since, there has been a deliberate engagement with media practitioners at every level. And so what you have, what we are witnessing today, about a week back, or shortly a week plus, we were in Lagos doing that with media executives. The whole essence of this is to give the Nigerian woman a voice, the Nigerian woman a place, the Nigerian woman the visibility that is needed going forward. A lot of things are going wrong, and as I stand before you, a bit of me is in Maiduguri, where you have women and children, and of course men, who have met untimely death. And from all that we've heard, because of the carelessness of maintenance, I'm sure if you had a woman on that decision table, we probably would not witness the huge loss that we as a nation and as a people have had to saddle ourselves with. Speaking to the round table with media executives is an imperative to move forward the issues of women so that our issues are not on page 40, or it becomes the last item on the news, on radio or television. It's they now give us the excuse, oh, it is competing with other news items. It is that the woman's issues or the women's issues should be made human issues, should become development issues, should not be talked in newspapers and magazines, should get the visibility they deserve. You cannot fly on one hand. You need both hands to fly. And like we look forward to 50-50 very soon, I pray it will happen in my lifetime. I pray too, you will say that same prayer with me. It is an imperative for development. We cannot as a people, we cannot as a nation, we cannot as individuals collectively reduce women's issues to the back pages. They deserve the right pages, the first page. Women's issues should receive national and international recognition, and that is what this is all about. So, I want to welcome you most heartily. I'm very, very excited alongside with Larry. Larry has been with me in the trenches. When I said it in Lagos, I'll dare to repeat it here. I remain the only NAWAJ president that was returned unopposed. And I was, yes, I wanted a round of applause. I didn't get it. It's okay. It's late. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah. But Larry and his group of young men at that time were the ones who stood by me. They were the ones who wrote my campaign agenda. They were the ones who made me, gave me front page visibility that returned me unopposed. So we are not saying that just women. We are saying men and women together to build a better and a vibrant Nigeria where all of us, like we sang, can have equity and have justice and have peace. Thank you for coming. It will be brief, and please, when you come on, I need to quickly say this. The protocol has been established. Go to your speech so that we don't waste too much time. I pray that the network that we form today will galvanize the issues of Nigerian women and African women and women around the world who suffer what we suffer here. Galvanize us from that room to the room of visibility and decision making. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Auntie Moji. We definitely need men for this struggle to move forward. Maybe what I should add to what she said was that we wouldn't have the Nigerian Association of Women Journalists today if we didn't have a group of men that believed that that association had to be. It was actually a struggle. Just to add to the objective and to put it in perspective, in December last year, there was a media roundtable hosted by UN Women to escalate media actions for gender equality and women empowerment. And that program ended with a number of statements of commitments by the journalists who were in the room to do more in their respective media organizations for women. And then we had a quarterly forum in April where we looked at the state of fulfillment of those commitments. Quite impressively, a number of them had started taking steps to improve or implement those commitments. However, one issue that kept recurring was the fact that we needed to bring in the media executives, because the reporter could go to the field, do all the report. It's the executives that would decide. And we look at best practices across the world in countries like Norway, in South Africa, and we discovered that in these countries, the media had actually developed policies and even basic guidelines in their newsrooms that help the promotion of women, and it's reflected in the way women are represented in the countries. I'm sure many of us know, for example, that in South Africa, the Electoral Commission is women dominated in a positive sense, and we've seen what has been happening in those kind of countries. So we believe that the time has come for media executives to be part of this initiative. So for all the media executives in the House, we thank you for coming, and can we please appreciate them once again. At this point, we would like to take the opening remarks of the UN Women Country Representative to Nigeria and ECOWAS, which means you give her a Nigerian applause and an ECOWAS applause. Ms. Beatrice Ayon. Can we please do that as she steps forward? Shaking a bit, so just be careful.
Okay, this is okay. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me stand on the existing protocol. We stand in solidarity with the communities in Maiduguri, Borno State, and other states who have been greatly impacted by the recent floods. Further, we stand with all Nigerians who are struggling to put food on the table. I am delighted to welcome all of you to this roundtable with chief executives and managing directors of key media organizations to reflect the challenges affecting women's representation in political and economic development in Nigeria. This roundtable presents us with the opportunity to examine and explore opportunities where media could make impact in addressing challenges faced by women and girls in Nigeria. UN Women invests in enhancing personal resilience and professional development of women to increase their contribution in leadership, economic growth, peace, security, and in the humanitarian nexus. UN Women believes that investing in women equals to investing in architecture of the society. We do know that no nation can develop and prosper if women are excluded. They said that there is no bird that can fly with one wing. Anytime you break the wing, one wing of a bird, it will not be able to fly. So no country too can fly without its women and girls. Our support is guided by shared value, mutual respect, and common vision of the government and the people of Nigeria. Allow me to summarize some of what we do across our thematic areas of work. Evidence-based advocacy. It is an action to cause the public, including policymakers, authorities, to change their behavior positively vis-a-vis gender equality and women's empowerment. Sorry. We carry out studies to provide statistics necessary for evidence-based advocacy, planning and budgeting, as well as gender-responsive auditing and evaluations. We develop and implement capacity-building programs to strengthen personal resilience and professionalism among women and girls to aspire and achieve their full potential. We support women's access and use of information on services, resources, decision-making spaces, and markets. We provide policy, advisory support, and technical assistance to make gender justice and women's empowerment a reality. We coordinate both at global and country levels efforts by member states to set standards such as laws, legislations, policies, resolutions, protocols for gender equality. We technically and financially support governments and national stakeholders to implement, monitor, and evaluate, as well as report the achievements of these standards in member countries. We implement programs and projects that respond to the daily needs of women, such as establishing biogas units for rural women, for rural households, digitally assisted climate-smart agriculture linked with animal husbandry, established units for food processing and preservation and marketing. We also work with communities that are often left behind. Women-headed households. As you know, in urban areas, we have 19% of households being led by women. In the rural area, it's about 15% of households that are being led by women. If you do a rough calculation, you will see that we have at least 30 million persons within those households. This is bigger than some countries in Africa. If you look at Togo, you look at Benin, you look at Gambia, it's already bigger than those countries in terms of population. Therefore, if we do our development and exclude those households, as I always say, we are planning for a rebellion. Because each time you leave people away, out of development, out of resources, out of decision making, you're only preparing them for a rebellion. It's just a matter of time. I can tell you this, I'm a Cameroonian, and so what is happening in my country is a perfect example of how you marginalize a community and what it brings. So what we are saying here is very, very important. So we are, with those segments of our populations that are left out, women-headed households, women living with HIV and AIDS, women with disability, internally displaced women, refugees, and so on. We provide information services, economic empowerment, and policy engagements to ensure they have enabling environments to life, to fulfilled lives, as well as being able to contribute to their own development. Before I continue, I would like to thank each and every one of you. If I didn't do so before, it's just the passion of talking about these issues that has just taken me away. I sincerely want to thank you all because I know you have other things to do, but you chose to be here with us today. And the fact that you're sitting here, the fact that you came, you left other things, it shows your commitment and your engagement and your desire to see a quick transformation of women in Nigeria. Some people opine that if we do nothing, it will take us 300 years to see gender equality and women's empowerment becoming a reality. But I think we can do something to shorten that space of time. We can start, each and every one of us, doing one thing or the other to push the gender agenda. And I think some people may be asking, why are we talking only about women? UN Women is not only for women. The word women is made up of two words, W-O and M-E-N. W-O is for women, M-E-N is for men. And Larry was very right to say that this fight is not just a fight for women, it is a fight for men. And I can tell you that how far we've gone for gender equality and women's empowerment is because men, some men, he for she's, have also given their support. I can give you an example of our Secretary General. Today, we have 50-50 representation at HQ. And he's asking us to see that it trickles down, it comes to the countries. So we have 50% men, 50% women being represented. He is a man, but he's a he for she. And I believe that all these men who are here, they are he for she's, and that's why they are here. Can we give them a round of applause for these men who are sitting here with us today? I would also like to thank our partner and partners, but especially the Canadian government, German government, the British, we have USAID. I want to thank all of you for what you're doing and for the support that we are receiving. The purpose of the MOU, or Compact of Commitment, to be signed here today, as the one already signed in Lagos 2 weeks ago, is to provide a framework for cooperation and collaboration. It will strengthen our partnership in escalating media advocacy to promote women's economic empowerment, prevention of violence against women and girls, expanding access to services, resources, technologies, and increasing women's representation and leadership along humanitarian development and peace nexus. If there is one thing we know, media plays a key role in setting the agenda and shaping direction on issues of national and global interest, from the Arab Springs and Kenya's Gen Z's agitation, which were heavily coordinated through social and digital media, to the Rwandan genocide, where radio played a pivotal role in coordinating atrocities. Media, whether social, digital, print, or electronic, is a double-edged sword which can cut on either side. Media is a tool that has been used over time in educating society and accelerating behavioral change, which is a fundamental prerequisite for advancing gender equality and women's empowerment. We want to see the Nigerian media leading campaigns on mindset change within communities where gender inequality is entrenched, women's voices subdued, and the rights and aspirations of young girls are violated with impunity. Media can bring a huge contribution in offsetting all those negative things. The contribution from the media must be therefore deliberate, purposeful, and targeted. Globally, 1 in every 10 women lives in extreme poverty, and projections indicate that 342.4 million women and girls will not have moved out of poverty by 2030, unless we shift the current trends. The percentages could be higher for countries like Nigeria, where the gap between the few rich and a majority poor continues to widen. Representation of women in Nigeria's parliament, where critical policies and laws are made, is just about 4%. At the executive, women make only 17% of the ministers serving in the federal cabinet. But I must also say the private sector is also showing an example. Today we have 22% of decision makers at the level of the private sector being women. And there is no wonder, there's no doubt why some of those enterprises are excelling because women bring to the table another view of the world that sometimes men are unable to see. So when they are sitting, both of them on the table, they can now see the world in a complete shape. These are challenges that we must all join hands together to surmount. This is where you, as media practitioners, come in. But the question is, how much is being done by the media to advocate for more women representation and inclusion in appointive and elective positions in Nigeria? What can media do differently to improve the chances of more women joining politics and winning in the next elections? These are challenges we must all respond to as women and gender champions in the media sector. And before I conclude, I would like to say there is no excuse why the Nigerian women should not be sitting at the table. Nigeria is a country where I call a reservoir of educated, qualified, competent, resource-oriented women with expertise are found in this country. Like I said in Lagos, I said we could deploy Nigerian women to provide technical expertise to the whole of the continent, and Nigeria will not even feel it because we have the kind of women we have in this country. In fact, they can transform our continent. Before I conclude, I want to congratulate all of you who have been prioritizing women's advancement in your editorial policies and programming. I also want to celebrate my sisters in the women's rights movements and male gender champions for having remained faithful to the women empowerment principles. While we may not have recorded huge gender gains, we have made commendable progress in the media sector. And we should not take off our foot off the gas. As a tool that sets the daily agenda and shapes national conversation, let us do the right thing and place women in our headlines. And in November, we are going to be having our Reward Her program. That's where we're going to be rewarding the media houses, the journalists who are actually pushing the gender agenda in the media landscape. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Can we please appreciate her once again? And those parting shots, very instructive. There could be a reward for you if you do better when it comes to women issues. And that's really the essence of our gathering here, the need for us to join hands together to ensure that we attain this objective through deliberate actions, as she also stated. So thanks for your opening remarks, which is actually like the first paper for this gathering. I'd like to invite now for his special remarks the Chancellor and Head of Development Cooperation of the Canadian High Commission, Iraj Alab Tehrani. Please, you're welcome. Thank you very much. Can we sort these things out? Sorry, Daddy, for this.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. First, allow me to stand on existing protocol. I'm going to be quick. First and foremost, I would like to extend my deepest thanks to UN Women and their exceptional efforts in organizing today's roundtable. I also like to take the moment to congratulate them on the successful roundtable that they recently held in Lagos, and where the key media executives came together and endorsed the MOU aimed at advancing women's representation, leadership, and empowerment. This is truly inspiring progress. And given the recent events in northern part of the country, let me also extend my solidarity with the people affected by the recent floods in Maiduguri and Borno states, and also other states most impacted. We're looking into extending our support for the humanitarian organizations that are active on the ground. The media, as we know it, plays a critical role in shaping societies. It has the power to shift mindsets and to reshape how we see the world and to drive societal change. In this sense, the media has both a critical role and an important responsibility. Independent press is also central to democracy, as it demands transparency, protects the rule of law, and strengthens democracy. At Global Affairs Canada, we are proud to be supporting the Advanced Women's Political Participation Project, a project valued at around $8 million and implemented through our partnership with UN Women. Through this initiative, we aim to foster greater participation, election and appointment of women, particularly young women, in Nigeria's political process. It recognizes that this needs to be done by improving gender-responsive laws and policies and supporting women to engage directly in politics. So far, I am happy to say that as of 2022, over 30,000 young women were first time, as part of this process, they became first-time voters. They provided, through this project, we provided technical assistance to 228 female candidates across 22 states and trained 517 electoral officials on preventing and addressing violence against women in elections. This is where partnership and collaboration becomes essential to overcoming barriers women face in entering and succeeding in political arena. Through our Feminist International Assistance Policy, Global Affairs Canada has consistently emphasized that promoting gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls is not only a matter of human rights, it is also a crucial driver of sustainable development, economic prosperity, and lasting peace. We've also learned that this empowerment is about more than just helping women and girls unlock their potentials. It's about bringing everyone along on this journey: men, boys, traditional leaders, government actors, law enforcement, and crucially, the media. In Nigeria, the media in particular played a pivotal role in the past election, increasing voter awareness and encouraging young women to participate in political process. By amplifying the voices of women candidates and highlighting the importance of women's political participation, the media is helping to reshape societal narratives and promote inclusion. While progress has been made, we recognize that women in Nigeria and around the world continue to face significant systemic barriers to full political participation. These challenges are often rooted in long-standing gender stereotypes that portray women as unqualified for leadership and that they often face violence solely for trying to do so. This is what drives our conversation today. In closing, I want to commend you for your attention to this critical issue. Your role in advancing the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in society is essential. And I hope today's discussions lead to tangible actions that benefit all of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we thank the people and government of Canada for the support for this initiative. Thank you very much. We'll take a couple of goodwill messages, and I'd like to start with the USAID Mission Director to Nigeria, Melissa Jones. You're welcome. Can we please appreciate her?
Thank you so much. It's really an honor to be here. Heads of agencies and representatives, distinguished guests. I'm really happy to see so many people in this room, really focus on really important issues, and that is ensuring women have a place at the table, especially when it comes to the media. I want to extend my heartfelt concerns about the flooding in this country. For sure, when these types of devastations that happen, it often affects women and girls more than any other group. As we often say, when men get a cold, women get pneumonia. And we need to be mindful that women and girls, the future of this country depends on them and depends on our abilities to ensure that all those who are vulnerable get access to services, are able to thrive in such a great place like Nigeria. Distinguished guests, I'm here to talk about the power of partnerships. The power of partnerships depend upon everyone who has a voice, has a seat at the table. And for the media, such an important entity in any country, but definitely important here in Nigeria, that they are able to ensure that the issues that women are facing in this country are addressed and that their voices are heard to address those issues. We are talking about primary health care, education, peace, food security, agriculture, all of those issues, and there are many, many others. Women have a voice. You know, when I came to this country about 11 months ago, I haven't even been here a year, I had the good fortune of meeting with the Governor's Wives Forum. It was my first meeting. And I asked a simple question. Why are you called the Governor's Wives Forum? Is it that there will never be a woman who is a governor? And they took that to heart. In fact, immediately after we had that meeting, they came back to me and they changed to the Governor's Spouses Forum. That is remarkable. So here we are, here I am, 11 months later, speaking to all of you. Speaking to you with just a warm sense of urgency that to address the needs of this country, it is essential that you ensure that women and girls have a voice. I am so appreciative of the champions in this room, especially the women who have carried this torch for years. I look at UN Women's and Beatrice, your dedication, your commitment to the lives of women and girls is so much to be commended. Thank you for your leadership. You know, while efforts have been made to promote women in political and decision-making, women representation is still too low in this country. In the 2023 general election, women candidates won only 72, or 4.8%, out of 1,516 seats contested. This is too little, but it is not too late. There is so much more that we can do. And at USAID, we have supported efforts to improve the competitiveness of women seeking elected office. While we've had some success, stark barriers remain, and we found that the most stubborn of these barriers is the perceptions in the public. That's where media comes in. You have a role to be sure to tell the truth. You have a role to ensure that women have a voice. You know, the opportunities that media leadership has to transform this country is not new. It's not new in any country. And that's why the freedom of the press is so important, not only to the general population, but really even to those who are most vulnerable. You have a responsibility. We all have a responsibility. So as I close, I want to just share with you that for USAID, one of the largest development agencies in this country, we are committed to ensuring the work that is being done by women's organizations, the work that is being done to advance education, to ensure access to health care, to ensure food security, really is addressed, and these are women issues. So let us work together. Let us reinforce and debunk any rumors or misinformation that is so often perpetrated or so often advanced in some divisions within our communities. We don't have time for it. We need to change the trajectory, and we need to change the optics. So through all of these lines of efforts, it is our shared conviction that increasing the role of women in government is an essential step for Nigeria to continue to grow and advance. As I mentioned earlier, this may not be easy, and progress, we know, will be incremental, but we should stay the course. We should work together. We should continue to make bold steps to ensure that all of Nigerians' people are heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We should do what? Continue to work together. We should also do what? Take bold steps so that we can achieve our objective. Can we please appreciate Melissa once again? Now, I'd like to invite Cynthia Rose. She's not in the house. Development Director, Foreign and... Okay, yeah. So we have a prince to speak. So you have to give a princely applause. You know what prince means in Nigeria. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Juliana. My husband's name is Prince. So I prefer you to call me Juliana, please. Warm greetings on behalf of the British High Commission in Nigeria. I feel I'm amongst friends, so I'm totally going to stand on existing protocols. I'm really honored to be with you today, and I want to commend the media executives first and the UN Women for this invaluable initiative. Gender equality, inclusion is at the heart of what we do. Our strategy, the Women and Girls Strategy of 2023, says that gender equality is a fundamental building block of all healthy democracies. That's why we mainstream in our work, in everything we do, the thought about women and girls. But in the pursuit of this noble goal, we can't overlook your role, the role of the media. Media, in all its forms, has the power to transform lives, hearts, thinking. When Nigerian girls see women leading businesses or excelling in STEM fields or holding political office, it sends a powerful message that their potential is limitless. And when boys see men as caregivers or as advocates for women's rights, it challenges harmful ideas about masculinity and encourages a more inclusive understanding of gender roles. So in conclusion, your role, the media, is a powerful tool that, if used responsibly, can be a catalyst for gender equality. It can also inspire a new generation of Nigerians to imagine a more just and equitable future. However, this will only happen if we are intentional about the stories we tell and the voices we amplify. It requires commitment not just from the media professionals, but from all of us here, advocates for a more equitable Nigeria. Together, we can ensure that the media becomes a platform for progress, lifting Nigeria to a place where gender equality is not just an aspiration, but reality. Thank you.
Juliana was actually helping me when she said I should introduce her as Juliana Prince, because she said I may not be able to pronounce the the surname. So that was what happened. Thanks, Juliana, for your speech. Now I'd like to bring here the first Secretary and Political Counselor, Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany in Nigeria, Matthias Dole. You're welcome. Can we please appreciate him?
Good morning, it's a pleasure to be here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on existing protocol. Has anyone here ever heard of the Huxtable effect? Or maybe the Huxtable family? Yes? Yeah? From the Cosby Show? Yes? Yes? Well, Claire Huxtable is the matriarch of the Cosby Show's central family, the Huxtables. I myself, I have to admit, I'm too young to have witnessed this show, but obviously some of us here have. In the Cosby Show, Claire Huxtable is both a successful lawyer and the mother of a happy family with 5 children. She was at the same time a beloved character, a caring mother, and a successful lawyer that wasn't afraid to bring her feminism home. What's more, she was African American. Why am I saying this? America's favorite TV mom, as Time magazine called her, has thus had a profound effect on the representation of women in the media, working women in the media, especially African American working women, leading to what is called the Huxtable effect. Many believe that it was the same Huxtable effect that prepared the ground for the election of Barack Obama as the first black president of the United States, when Hollywood had depicted multiple black presidents in movies previously. This shows us the formative effect that media can have on the perception of identities in a society. The same holds true for the role of women in Nigeria, especially given the worldwide acclaim of Nollywood. I recently watched the Nollywood movie Fourth Republic, I don't know if anyone has seen it, in which a female governor candidate fights her way through the courts to claim her rightful victory as governor. It is depictions like these that contribute to a wider acceptance of a more equal role for women in society, as well as a stronger representation of women in politics and in leadership roles. Of course, media alone cannot achieve equality. It takes lots of hard conversations, advocacy, and perseverance by both women and male allies. For the German government that I represent, the equality of men and women is a major priority in what is called our feminist foreign policy. A common misconception of the feminist foreign policy is that it is directed against men. This is not the case. Instead, it aims simply at giving women equal rights, representation, and voice. Mind you, we still have a long way to go in Germany as well. We believe that an equal role of women, and in fact of all members of society, is not just morally right, it is also good for societies. Numerous studies have shown, for example, that peace agreements that include women are more likely to last longer. The same goes for politics or for businesses. The needs of women are more likely to be taken into account if women are involved in the policy making, and more diverse teams are more creative and thus more effective. It is for this reason that the German government supported UN Women in the elaboration of a gender policy for the Nigeria police force, and it's for the same reason that incentivizing a greater number of women in the police force is a major factor of our support to Nigeria's ongoing police reform. I'm therefore very happy to see that we have all gathered here today to do just that, to think and talk about how to strengthen the role of women in many different ways. Given the powerful effect of media in shaping public discourse, it is great news that you have all committed to an inclusive and diverse representation of women in media. The German government, I can guarantee you, will continue to stand by your side. I congratulate UN Women for facilitating this important event. Thank my Canadian colleagues for supporting, and congratulate all partners involved for their courage in working towards women empowerment. To all our media friends present here today, I therefore say, give us women in the headlines, give us female police officers, give us female governors, give us female presidents, give us the Huxtable effect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and give us female political counselors. Can we please appreciate him? That's very done in light notes, and I think it speaks to the power of the media. Those of us in the academies will know the media effects, theory, what media can do, media cultivation theory, that sometimes when we repeat something, it registers. And you really see that when you look at young children and cartoons. The moment they just have those cartoons, they won't disturb anybody's peace. They will just, concentrate. So if you're looking at the power of the media and communication, so what we're saying is actually derived from theory and from experience. So we'll be moving to the solidarity statements, and Auntie Moji would be moderating this session of the program for us to have a number of solidarity statements. This is just the prelude to the signing of the agreement, because these statements would also show that these umbrella media regulatory bodies and associations are actually with us. So thank you, Auntie Moji. You're welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Lanre, and I'm so elated with all the commitments and the statements that have been made, which I'm sure will galvanize our colleagues, my colleagues, I dare to say, to see that as media practitioners, we have a role to play in promoting women capabilities, women's strength, and the human face that the women will bring to governance. Another round of applause for all contributors so far. And again to say that UN Women, in her wisdom, has also emphasized that come November, and I know November is is a special month for either journalists on the field or editors, because it's going to be, as confirmed by the NUJ president, that it's going to be election month, and together we'll be able to face what we need to do as a people in this country. What do we need to do? What does the media need to do going forward? We have the Huxtable experience, but we also have series of experiences in Nigeria moving forward. We don't have the experience of a female governor yet, well, one who came in, but truly, we need our own experience. And I think the first experience that we've had is that the governor's wives dared to change the nomenclature to give us Nigeria Spouses Forum. And so I know we are all in agreement with this. And it is on this premise I'd like to bring first the man who today is the #1 journalist in Nigeria, who would kick off with the solidarity message. And when we hear from his office, we can now move on. It goes to show that all the journalists, particularly those who cover gender desk, will know that they have a responsibility going forward with not just today's story, but stories that will enhance and promote womanhood in our society. Please put your hands together as I invite the National President, Nigerian Union of Journalists, Chris, my brother. I don't want to call that surname so that I don't have to pay with a goat or a cow, but especially that he has his red hat on. But thank God I'm a chief too, so we'll settle it in council. Thank you. Welcome, President.
I can make do with grass cutter. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on a already established protocol. It's really an honor to be here today with you to express the solidarity of the Nigeria Union of Journalists with the objectives of this vital roundtable. I commend UN Women for organizing this timely gathering, which of course brings together media leadership to discuss one of the most pressing challenges of our time, gender equality and the representation of women in political and economic spheres. As media chieftains, executives, if you may like, we wield an incredible power. The power to shape narratives, to set agendas, and to influence the perceptions of society. In our hands lies the potential to either uphold the status quo or challenge it, to either perpetuate stereotypes or dismantle them. Today we are here to affirm that the role of the media is to champion fairness, equality, and empowerment, values that lie at the heart of a just society. Women's representation in the political and economic development of Nigeria is not just a matter of fairness. It is a matter of national development. For Nigeria to realize its full potential, the voices of women must be heard. Their contributions must equally be acknowledged and their leadership recognized. The media plays an indispensable role in this by giving visibility to women's issues, promoting their leadership, and ensuring balanced reporting that reflects the diversity of our nation, of our country. The Nigerian Union of Journalists is indeed proud to align itself with the objectives of this roundtable, recognizing that strategic media interventions are key to enhancing women's participation in all facets of life. Our partnership with UN Women, particularly through the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding today, will signal our collective commitment to this cause. It is a commitment to not only report on the issues, but to actively create platforms that elevate women's voices and contributions in our society. Together, we must ensure that our newsrooms, contents, and platforms are vehicles for change, highlighting the achievements of women, advocating for policies that promote equality, and challenging narratives that undermine the role of women in leadership. As the NUJ president, and of course the president of Congress of African Journalists, I reaffirm our commitment to working with UN Women, the government, and all stakeholders to push forward the agenda of gender equality and women's empowerment. We believe that a partnership between the media and organizations like UN Women can bring about meaningful, lasting change, not just in our country, but across the African continent. It is my hope that today's discussions, would serve as the foundation for strategic, transformative action. The Nigeria Union of Journalists clearly stands ready to contribute its full resources and platforms to support media engagements and interventions that advance gender equality, that promotes women's representation, and inspire a future where every woman and girl can fulfill her potential without hindrance. Thank you very much for getting us on board.
I think that applause is not loud enough. The president spoke from his heart, and that essentially is what we want to hear. And I know that is a man who matches his words with action, and we hope that those strong words that came from him would also be matched with action. Now, I did say at the beginning when I was introducing some of the dignitaries here that the largest television network is here. And I'm happy that is a woman that is representing the largest network in Africa. Halima, I proudly say, is not just a protege, a daughter, but a very, very fulfilling and holding the hands of women in Nigerian Television Authority high. She's today the Director General, the Director of News. You will be Director General, that's what it means. Amen, okay? And she belongs to the think tank of Nigeria, the MNI group. And on behalf of all of us, welcome with me Halima Musa, representing the Director General and Management of NTA. Halima Musa, MNI.
Thank you. Good morning. I adhere to Antimoji's directive to stand on already established protocols. I think I'm lucky that the Director General did not give me a speech or a text to read. So I think I have latitude to say one or two things that I think project positively the situation in the Nigerian Television Authority, which lends credence to what we are preaching here. To start with, the Director General would have been here, but he has traveled, he's out of town. He's a certified he for she, and he's extremely committed to women's causes. I think there is no better way to demonstrate his commitment to women's causes than to look into the structure, the leadership structure of the Nigerian Television Authority. As we speak, there are 7 directorates that are used administratively to run the NTA. And out of those 7 directorates, the directors that are leading 5 of those directorates are women. Again, expanding the network of the Nigerian Television Authority again, there are 10 zonal centers. We call them zonal headquarters. And out of those 10, 5 are the zonal directors. So I think the DG has demonstrated his belief and commitment to pushing women issues by putting women in decision-making positions. And I stand here to speak to his commitment to further projecting the commitment throughout programming by being deliberate in programming in terms of covering women's issues, by sustained coverage of the activities of women, and by also being deliberate in ensuring that women participate in NTA programs. Already, the on-air staff that we see, majority of them are ladies, but the commitment of the Director General extends to our guests also. We do invite women politicians. We do invite women holding positions in the private sector. And we also invite even, I don't want to say even because I'm not looking down on them, but mothers. We do discuss with rural women to find out what their problems are, because it's amazing. Whenever you talk about women empowerment or we say anything about women, most of the time people ask the question, I don't want to say men, what do women want? But once you talk about the mothers, everybody goes like, oh, she is my pillar, she's my backbone. So the Director General likes to always project women positively, and I would like to re-emphasize his solidarity to this group and also his commitment to continue to partner with all groups that are committed to ensuring that women have the right positions they deserve in society. Thank you, Auntie Mojo.
Thank you very much for that solidarity speech and the emphasis of promoting women across board. Quickly, I'd like now to invite from the News Agency of Nigeria, and I need to state here that was the first media house that reported for this assignment this morning. I think News Agency of Nigeria deserves a very loud round of applause. And we have the editor in charge here. I call him editor in charge because if he doesn't sign, stories won't go out, and they go out globally. Please welcome with me Ephraim Sheyi, who is the editor in charge. Thank you. I want the applause to be as loud as possible so that this story will go beyond just the event, but we also have inputs from other media houses following Nan's report. Please, can I humbly ask for a chair? Can I humbly ask for a chair?
You want to sit down here?
Thank you.
Well, like other speakers before me, I beg to stand on the existing protocol. My managing director, Ali M. Ali, would certainly have loved to be here. But of course, when you are Ali, a lot of things take you most of the time. So he just couldn't make it, and I'm here to present to this house his own goodwill. The News Agency of Nigeria really take women affairs very, very seriously. and they have always given women their dues. To be able to make sure that women affairs that affect women are covered and effectively so, we established a women's desk a very long time ago. So we have this day that specially handles women affairs. That they try to promote everything that has to do with women. It tries particularly to encourage them to feel that they too can always do whatever a man can do. You know, like the saying goes, what a man can do, a woman can even do better. MD most of the time will tell you the best man for the job is always a woman. So he tries as much as possible to encourage our women too. And of course, they have always excelled, a lot better sincerely than even the men. As it is now and as I speak, we are going to find that most of the key areas, editorial-wise particularly, are headed by our women journalists. The health desk, the business desk, the judiciary desk, the science and tech desk, our audit, and there's one thing that I think that the Nawaj people can testify for us here. A former Nawaj president, Ifeanyi Mole, you all know her, is the head of the editorial operations of the New State of Nigeria in Lagos. She's the first ever woman to hold that desk. Now, the head of editorial operations in Lagos is as good as the editor-in-chief there. And she's doing sincerely so well. We have never really had it better. She has changed Lagos totally. She has so radicalized operations that we don't know for how long we are going to keep her in Lagos, because we are thinking of bringing her to the center here because she has totally changed Lagos. And we want the magic in Lagos to be brought back to Abuja here. So, Ifeanyi is doing so well, and we are proud to say that as a woman, she has shown that even where men failed, women would normally lift that particular place, and of course we are going to have beautiful songs rendered. I want to thank UN Women for inviting Nan to be part of this, and I'm proud to say that we are going to continue to pay special attention to women affairs. Whatever has to do with women, you can take it for granted. Moji, where is she? She's hiding. Oh, she's hiding somewhere. Moji, you can take it for granted that whatever has to do with women, we are going to give it special attention. We are going to cover women affairs, and you can always call on Nan anytime. We have, if you look at even our reportorial group, out of about 400 reporters, we are going to find that more than half of them are actually women, and they are doing very well. We hope to engage even more. Thank you so much for inviting us, and we look forward to working with you. Good morning and God bless.
Thank you so very much. Another loud round of applause for News Agency of Nigeria. May I please request that when you come on board, please make it as concise as possible and very short, so that we can hear everybody's voice here. I'll move quickly to the president of the newspapers proprietors of Nigeria, Malam Kabir Yusuf, whom I always considered as a mentor. Going forward, I'd like now to bring on the editor, Daily Trust, Hamza Idris, who is representing him here today. Thank you, Hamza. And yes, I hear the Daily Trust group, they have their board meeting today, and that's why Hamza has been asked to represent the group. Thank you.
Yes, and this is good morning to all of us that are here, and to stand on the introduction made so far. As Mama Moji said, I am here to represent Malam Kabiru Yusuf, who wears two caps here. One as the president of the Newspapers Association of Nigeria, and then secondly as the chairman of Media Trust Group. Of course, he said I should extend his apologies for his inability to come. Now, at the national level, his roles are enormous because he's clearly representing the interest of the Newspapers Association of Nigeria, and he ensures that all newsrooms give special preference to women in whatever they do. But in Daily Trust Group, Media Trust Group, what he has done together with members of the board and the management is unprecedented, because we have women permeating almost every sector of the company. For instance, our chief executive officer in charge of corporate services, Hadiza Bala, is a woman. Our editor weekend, Stella Eaji, is a woman. Her deputy, Amina Al-Hassan, is a woman. The head of our investigation, Lami Sadiq, is a woman. The head of the the head of education, Chidima Okeke, is a woman. The health desk is headed by a woman in the person of Ako Ojoma. In fact, the person who leads our finance, Secret, is a woman. And we have a lot of women who are heading various offices across the country, like in Adamawa, like in Akwa Ibom, in Kaduna, and all that. And we have women who are actually covering a lot of bits in Abuja. So women have not been sidelined at the Media Trust Group. We have them in our newspaper, we have them in the television, we have them in the radio. But finally, maybe this event should find a way of finding out why women stay more in the media than men. Because of course, journalism, there is not much money there, but maybe women, because they are so patient, and they also have Nigeria at heart, that is why they are there. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes.
So are we going to have your group signing on the MOU?
Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly.
All right.
Thank you.
We need to get that on. I know we have two big sisters that have joined us, but as soon as I get their names, I would let you know. In the interim, we'll continue with what we're doing. Do we have representative of NBC here? Representative of NBC here, or the Broadcasting Organization of Nigeria, BON? Okay, we don't have that. Okay. Okay. Mr. Bayo Abiodun is here from AIT. I was just giving your name. I didn't see you. Hi. Please, this is a confirmed he for she from AIT. Thank you so very much. Yes. Well, and that would actually make me now to invite AIT. Beg your pardon? Bon. Oh, please, can I have you for 1 second, 30 minutes? No. 30 seconds, 1 minute. How much is that on NTA now, Halima? How much is 1 minute now on NTA?
120 seconds, that's 1 minute. Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. I'm not going to address you as ladies today. Great women and gentlemen, good morning. Please, before I begin, can we give the women here a very big round of applause? Women are great. I'm representing the Executive Secretary of Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria. He sincerely asked me to extend his apologies for not being able to be here. But he was in Lagos the last time this session was held. And I'm delighted to inform you that the communique that was issued at the end of the session has been circulated to all members of BON, and it was used on various stations of BON. We got your invitation last 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I think, and we're so delighted in the secretariat, and I was discussing with the executive secretary. He said, wow, this is the way to go. Let's do whatever we can to see how we can partner with the UN Women to at least extend the voices and also encourage all the women, and also, again, to tell you that, well, it is a well-known fact that over the years, not only in Nigeria, but across the world, women have been relegated to the background. But trust me, women are so intelligent. Women are very hardworking. And we must, as men, because they said behind every successful man is what? Beside, right? Okay, fine. Is a woman. So we, the men, we have no any reason than to support the women. So, and I would like to extend his apology once again and to tell you that Bond is ever ready to partner with you and women. Our doors are always open. Thank you.
Thank you. As we move on steadily, please be very brief when you come up here to speak. But before I call the next speaker, which should be getting ready, that's one of our regulators from, is it from Nigerian Press Council. Please let me quickly announce the arrival of Honorable Fatima Talba, Chair, House Committee on Women in Parliament. She's representing the Speaker. I would have been asking for a fine for our representative, but we'll let it go for today. Since you're here, we're happy you're here. Next time, ma'am, we'll move the meeting to your office. Right. I'd also like to recognize Honorable Blessing Amachi, Deputy Women in Parliament at the National Assembly. Ma'am, you're welcome. Thank you. Okay. Can we please have Augusta Anajemba, who is representing the Nigerian Press Council. Please come up and please give her a very, very loud round of applause. She was here before 9. In fact, she was one of the people who occupied this hall at the very beginning. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on existing protocol. My name is Augusta Anajemba, representing Dr. Dili Uzaga, Executive Secretary, Nigerian Press Council. He brings his greetings, by the way. I stand before you as a steadfast advocate for gender equality and women empowerment, values that Dr. Dili Uzaga and our organization hold dear. We recognize the pivotal role media executives play in shaping the narrative and promoting social change. Women represent a key demography in every aspect of Nigeria enterprise. According to National Population Commission of Nigeria 2020 estimate, women form 51.3% of Nigeria's population, which gives them a potential to influence political, economic, and business direction of the country. It is therefore essential to prioritize women's participation in political and economic spheres, as their representation is vital for promoting gender equality and inclusion, driving sustainable development, and fostering inclusive growth. However, these potentialities have long in coming to fruition because of numerous challenges they face. Some of the key challenges include cultural, social norms that perpetuate gender stereotype and limit women's opportunities, limited access to education and economic resources, political marginalization and exclusion from decision-making processes, gender-based violence and harassment, limited media representation, and projecting of women in leadership positions. Programs like this roundtable will go a long way to bringing out solutions that will address these challenges. Media executives and their organizations can play a crucial role through strategic media interventions such as increasing women's representation in leadership positions in media organizations, creating content that promote gender equality and challenges, providing platforms for women's voices and stories, partnering with organizations like the UN and other organizations that promote women empowerment. As a step to operationalizing these strategic interventions, an MOU, we're almost rounding off, between UN Women and the media organization can help us strengthen partnership and collaborations. In the Nigerian Press Council, which I represent, we are committed to supporting women by publishing stories and experiences of women leaders and change makers in our journal, The Press, providing information and resources on gender equality and women's empowerment through our press journal. We're going to host workshops and discussions on gender-related issues, such as gender discriminations in news coverages, showcasing women's achievements and contributions to political and economic development through our content media analysis. The media has a strong and powerful power to shape narratives and influence public opinions, making it a crucial partner in promoting gender equality and women's empowerment. We recognize their potential impact in the political and economic development of Nigeria. By working together, we can create a more inclusive and equitable society for women in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. She redefined finance reporting when she was actively on the field. She made it look, even if you didn't read mathematics, you would understand what she's talking about when she reports on economics and finance. Today, she's president, Guild of Corporate Online Publishers, and she's here with us in solidarity. Welcome with me, Maureen Chibo. I think she deserves a very, very loud round of applause.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to adopt the existing protocol. You heard me whisper to her, to my great sister, Moji. We've come a long way from the time we covered the 1995 Beijing conference. And before then, we always had this rivalry, because then he will always tell us about the 30 million viewers of NTA. And then if you were in Nigeria then, there were no television stations, it was only NTA. But I worked also with the father of the press. So when she touts the mother of the press as the NTA, I would tell her that, well, even the mother takes from the father, and I am working with I worked then with the News Agency of Nigeria, and I will shut her up. So she started that rivalry again today, and I whispered to her to give me time, because I am now in a space that everybody pays attention to. And I know that majority of everybody here did not leave their rooms or their houses without checking their phones to know what is being said online. So I am the president of the Guild of Corporate Online Publishers. And I feel deeply honored to be here today among distinguished, accomplished individuals to speak on this august event organized by UN Women to discuss the challenges affecting women's representation and, in political and economic development in Nigeria. I bring good tidings from the Guild of Corporate Online Publishers. I am proud to inform this audience that our members are living witnesses to the challenges in mainstreaming women issues in the media, and are committed to working with the UN Women and other partners in the UN system to ensure that women's issues receive the deserving attention in the media, particularly in the platforms of our more than 100 members. We are business concerns struggling to be afloat. However, we have resolved to champion the cause of womanhood. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, women are major stakeholders in the development of any nation. It is also a truism that marginalization of women in political, economic, and decision-making position is a global phenomenon, receiving attention over the years, culminating in the Beijing landmark Women Conference in 1995. The conference developed a historical plan of action to address issues concerning women in all spheres of life, health, education, economy, and politics. Since that meeting, so much has been done to change the narrative. But have we succeeded? Using Nigeria as a case study, records show that 7 senators were in Nigerian Senate of 100 members following the 2015 and 2019 elections. Similarly, in the House of Representatives in 2015, the number of women was 22%, just 22, that's 6.8% out of 360 members. And the figures declined to 11 in 2019, 3.05%. In the 2023 elections, women got 15 seats, representing 3.5, and I've heard 4% here this morning, against 408 seats for men, representing 96.5 of the seats in the National Assembly. Instead of lamenting the negligible presence of women in decision-making positions, I want to encourage all of us here to acknowledge the tremendous progress we've made over time. We must keep hope alive and continue to improve on the legacies of great Nigerian women such as Queen Amina, Fumilayo Ransom Kuti, Margaret Ekpo, and the women who organized the Aba Women Riot of 1929 to protest the taxation of women. In contemporary times, Professor Grace Alele Williams not only distinguished herself in mathematics, rising to become the first female vice-chancellor of the University of Benin. We also remember the late Professor Dora Nkem Akonyele, who revolutionized the national campaign against drug counterfeiting and repositioned the pharmaceutical industry as the head of NAFDAC. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the present Director General of Women Trade Organizations, successfully transformed the Nigerian economy when, as finance minister, she negotiated debt relief package for Nigeria under the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo. She also spearheaded the fuel subsidy removal policy of President Goodluck Jonathan's government. If the detractors had allowed that, what she did then to be, we won't be in the present fuel crisis quagmire in the country. And the people that did that were, you know them, the men. Okay, researchers. We also have Dr. Eze Kwesili, former Minister of Education, also known as Madam Due Process. She's another exemplary leader, women leader in Nigeria. Researchers Emeka Emmanuel Okafor, and Monica Akuko-Webe in 2015 in the work on women and leadership in Nigeria posited that the obnoxious social norms, political exclusion, and economic lopsidedness were responsible for women's absence in decision-making position. I'm coming. Consequently, lack of effective influence, especially in federal structure, many women lack the skills to present ideas effectively, and lack of awareness of political participation means inadequate contribution to political affairs and women empowerment. Most political parties do not even maintain data on their women membership, and few women are granted tickets for elections. Since politics is traditionally a male domain and all financial, economic, commercial, and political negotiation conducted outside the home are by males. Nigerian women are very limited, have very limited access to decision-making positions, and they have a severe lack of access and control over financial resources. This effectively reduces women's chance of contesting elections. Can this be reversed? The answer is capital yes. But that requires all hands on deck. All the stakeholders, the NGOs, the CAOs, the donor agencies, and the international development institutions and funding agencies and the media to fashion realistic ways of catalyzing and getting more women in leadership and decision-making positions. I guess that's why we are here today. As the saying goes, when you empower a woman, you empower the whole nation. We must not lose hope or give up until equality is achieved. I wish this gathering a very successful deliberation, and again, renew the GOCOP commitment and support to publicize and ensure whatever actions agreed upon here are implemented to the letter under the leadership of UN Women with its allies. Thank you for your kind attention.
You see, when you're passionate about something, you're also very deliberate. I think we need to again applaud that deliberate statement from my sister, Maureen Chibo. I have two more people left behind who would speak now, and then we can go to the highlights, one of the highlights of today's event. Let me just say that, please, my colleagues, you remember that there'll be a segment 2, which is engagement with the media on the status of legislative agenda to promote the rights, inclusion, and representation of women and girls in Nigeria. Please still stay around with us. We are going to quickly move to the independent television stations that are here. Quickly, can I have your word that you'll make it as brief as possible? AIT, I recognize that a woman is representing the chairman of DAR Communications, Ada, who is also on the panel. Please, can you just 1 second? From moving there is 1 second. Getting here 1 second. And I'll give you like 10 seconds. She's a broadcaster of repute, so she'll 10 seconds. 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds counting from now. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ntimoji, for that. But I'd like to call forward Mr. Bayo Abodorin. He's a mentor, and I think it is very instructive to have a man speak to this conversation from the Africa Independent Television, and he's a foremost veteran broadcaster and an AIT editor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Ogabayo. That's what I call him. Ogabayo can be defined as media personified. Please, let's welcome him one.
Well, I was taken by surprise, but I will do what I ought to do. I will not be telling you stories about what we do on AIT. I can tell you, anybody who's watching AIT will know that from day one, this month, the first private radio station in the country, September 1, was 30-year-old, Rape Hour. And then by December 26, we will also be marking the anniversary of the first television on network basis in Nigeria, Africa Independent Television. Anybody who has been watching AIT and Rape Hour will know that we do not play with women issues. We promote deliberately, if you look at our editorial policy trust, promotion of gender parity is a key component of our media, of our editorial trust, and we are not playing with it. Even when it comes to election, in spite of the fact that we are giving license to operate commercial broadcasting, we encourage women actively, particularly when it comes to asking them what they ought to pay for. We slash the one for women. And it's a deliberate policy to ensure that inclusiveness and participation is not something that we toy with. And I can tell you there are some of us who are in that communication. I'm happy that one of the founders of Women in Nigeria is here, Comrade Dene Obi, and she can attest to the fact that I was among those who, in the 80s, became a very, very active member of Women in Nigeria. And I cannot be there and in a position to influence policy, and I will not play a part in ensuring that women voices are heard and they are recognized. This month, Adora, this very month, in the next few days, she'll be hosting a town hall on television to promote women inclusiveness and participation in politics on AIT. That is our, we are not toying with it. We stick regularly to it. We will ensure that women one day will become the president of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's a good note to round up his contribution. And just when he was making that powerful contribution, the Director General, Voice of Nigeria, Mr. Jibrin Ndachi, came in, my own very, very special son in the profession and brother. Thank you so much for being here. And actually, the country rep of UN Women took her bag off the chair and was offering you a seat. So please go and sit here. We have to, yes. Thank you very much. A round of applause as we move on to this program. Yes. Well, right. I'm actually keeping a big fish to round this up because it's all about women. And at this point, also promoting and showcasing the capability of women in media. I'd like to invite the Managing Director, TVC Entertainment, Morayo Afolabi Brown, to please speak to us. A round of applause as she comes on. And you have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'd like to stand on existing protocols. As I said, my name is Morayo Afolabi Brown, Managing Director, TVC Entertainment, also the host of the #1 all-female breakfast show on Nigerian television on TVC, Your View. You can clap for us, it's okay. You know? I'm here also representing my group CEO and Group Managing Director, Victoria Ajayi. She wanted me to be here because she couldn't be here, but TVC Communications is made up of TVC News, TVC Entertainment, Max FM Lagos, Max FM Abuja, and Adaba FM. And all together, we solidly support UN Women and believe in the work you do. And we believe that we are at the forefront of projecting women. Our show, for example, was created 11 years ago. And when we started, there was no TV show where women were sitting talking. Yes, women were hosting shows, women were driving conversations, but the first time women actually sat on TV to express their individual views. They were not journalists, they were average Nigerian women, and the show has been there for 11 years, every single day, Monday through Friday. We have Igbos, we have Yoruba, we have Hausa, we have Southerners, we have from all over the country, different religions. The idea was to show that women have a voice. And we've been doing that consistently every day for 11 years. So I'm really proud of that show. I'm proud of what TVC has done. I'm the new managing director. I just started this year. 2024 as Managing Director of TVC Entertainment, and my CEO also is a woman. So TVC obviously is a company that promotes women and in leadership, and we'd like to just support you and women and say that we're here to project in any way you want us to reinforce gender equity, empowerment, and protection for women. Thank you so much.
Yes, Your Excellencies, all very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point, with a heart full of pride, I'd like to invite the chairperson of the Nigerian Association of Women Journalists, Aisha Ibrahim, who had to leave what she was doing in Maiduguri because she's from Maiduguri and Northeast, and to say that in the last 72 to almost 3 days, she's been feeding the poor and helping to bring succor to those who are affected by the flood. Please, let's give her a round of applause as she comes to make her speech.
Thank you, Auntie Moji. God bless you too. And I will tell you what she was able to do to the victims of the flood in Maiduguri, Borno State. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on the already established protocol. I bring you fraternity greetings from the Nigeria Association of Women Journalists, NAWOJ. Since our election 9 months ago, this is the second time that I've been invited to such an event hosted by the UN Women and its partners. This is a demonstration of its commitment to the fulfillment of its mandate. We therefore appreciate profoundly the efforts of UN Women and the partners in this struggle. The role of women as catalysts in building family institutions and in national development cannot be overemphasized. Women have, even in prehistoric era of our democracy, as a nation shown uncommon leadership, strength that beats all imaginations. They have been veritable instruments in ensuring stability of family institutions, and where issues spring forth in determining the way forward, women spring up to show their potential to hold the fort and attain remarkable results. That women can stand up today and exercise their franchise in elections is because a group of women fought hard for it and achieved it. That women could rear their beautiful heads above the glass ceiling of stereotype, gender discrimination, and subjugation of their human rights, and enjoy near equal opportunities with their male counterparts in government and administration is because a group of women rights advocates congregated in a place called Beijing in China to push for affirmative action to enable women participate in governance. Today, the popular stereotype of women belonging to the kitchen is a long forgotten mirage, which of course was meant to whittle down potentials of women to contribute their quota to national cohesion and progress. Today, women are in governance, holding strong positions of leadership and attaining heights in commerce and industry as captains of industry. Women today are in all spheres of human endeavor. However, there's still a long way ahead. You all will agree with me that patriarchal society is still very much in force, and as women, we are naturally expected to be submissive to the crowns of our heads. As a gender advocate myself and a frontline woman activist and a leader of women professionals in the milieu, the Nigeria Association of Women Journalists, I have canvassed for women's inclusion rather than struggle out with the men. We cannot fight the crown over our heads, but we can work collectively to ensure that there is direction, to ensure that there is hope for our nation by bringing our ideas together and working in concert for a common goal. The role of the media in drumming support for the women in leadership cannot be overemphasized. In the Nigeria Association of Women Journalists, NAWOJ, gender inclusion is canvassed in all the states of the Federation, including Abuja. Our zonal leadership across board also canvass for same, that women's education, empowerment, and inclusion is skewed to national growth and stability. Our empowerment initiatives also include giving the girl child a new orientation on their fundamental rights and need for self-stabilization. Trainings and retraining to adequately equip our members for leadership and for them to use their tools as members of the fourth estate is galvanizing the potentials of other women is still in force. We are also collaborating with organizations like Sweden, aimed at giving women the springboard to attain their fullest potentials. Health is wealth, and it is only a healthy woman that can work to attain wealth. So health and wellness seminars and workshops and symposia have also been organized to draw awareness to diseases like breast and cervical cancer, HIV/AIDS, and other health issues militating against the progress of women. Women have also been sensitized by NAWOJ on the need for family planning. We have also given training on the importance of mobilizing and participating in politics and governance. These are the few of the things that NAWOJ has done over the years. Let me at this juncture once again commend you and commit NAWOJ to working with you to ensure we attain this lofty objective. Let me also use this opportunity to thank you all for your solidarity and support to the people of Borno State and Maiduguri in particular, where I reside, on the recent flooding that has caused unquantifiable destruction. I particularly wish to express our profound appreciation to the National President of NUJ and Auntie Moji, whose donations have helped us to feed thousands of the victims of the flood. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Thank you. He came in just when we needed him. We cannot emphasize the reach of the radio. And so it's important that we listen to the solidarity message from the Director General Voice of Nigeria. Please welcome with me my son.
My big auntie and mentor, the country rep of UN Women, my senior colleague and President Nigerian Union of Journalists, always very proud of you for what you do for the country. And this is very important at a point that the nation is going through a lot of challenges. We require voices like yours that to stay the course and tell people to believe in the country and understand that the country has to survive before we can do our job. That is very important. To my big sister who just spoke now, I'm seeing my friend. Good to see you, Adora. And thank you for the support you give to me while I was a journalist, consistent on your program. And I'm always proud to say that AIT, NTA, Channel are some of the platforms that made me who I am. Thank you so much. Our colleague from TVC, my big sister, thank you for what you're doing for the country. You're already pushing the gender brand, and it's impossible for anyone in Nigeria not to follow what you're doing. I'd like you to continue. You take from human angle to angles that people consider impossible and people don't even talk about. One of your last programs speak to issues that people are afraid to talk about the doing DNA, if you like. These are no issue that people, but you spoke to it and gave people opportunity to talk about it. To my big sister, who has a special hairstyle, which comes to define who she is, and several other brothers and sisters and colleagues from the Voice of Nigerian brand, and across to my big brother from AIT who just spoke now. Good morning. First, I would like to apologize. My big sister knows who I am. she knows that I'm a stickler for time. As a journalist myself, I understand that you need to be on time. But I also realize that once you are in public office in Nigeria, you no longer have control of your own time. She called me, and I had planned to be here at least 30 minutes before the time, but a higher call. I had to represent the minister somewhere this morning before coming here. My sister, just see you, good to see you. The president of online editors, good to see you, and several others. Please, if I don't notice you, it's not deliberate. So for me, and sometimes when you talk about issue of gender, I just ask people, it's impossible for the world to even be what it is without the women. It's just impossible, either at the family level. And I say this with all sense of responsibility. I have 4 kids, 3 of them are girls, and I'm very proud of that. And I think that they tend to reinforce who we are as a people. So for me, these are things that we should take for granted. And for me, women, they are already actually taking the lead, either from the front row or the back row, because the role of women is both the front role and the back role, as we have in media organization. And I say this because many of us will not be able to do what we're doing if our home front is not what it is. And it's our wives who take care and who hold the home ground for us to be able to move around to do our job. So on that ground, I think that the role of women is well defined and is very clear. But also, you look at Nigeria, and today, in addition to many global brands that Nigeria has pushed to the world, 2 of them are women, in addition to others. The 3 most important global brands that Nigeria has, you start with Dr. Akinwumi in African Development, but the other, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, who I think she has just been re-elected or in the process of being re-elected, and then Hajia Amina, who is the first female Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. I believe that the women should not, there is no need for women to even be talking. You just continue to do what you're doing. You're already taking your space, as far as I'm concerned. The woman is already taking his space in Nigeria. Like you said, you didn't have to beg to start your program. You started it and you prove yourself that you can even do it better. So I like to encourage our sisters, our mommies, our aunties, that you should continue what you're doing. And when you come to Voice of Nigeria, both in my own team, because I have my own team, which I took to Voice of Nigeria, and it's gender sensitive and very inclusive for women. As I'm being mentored by people like Auntie Moji and others, I'm also mentoring others. And I'm very sensitive. One of them is here, buying stand up for recognition. She's one of my mentees. And several other of them who are with me in the team, and others who are either in school or also serving somewhere. And Voice of Nigeria, we have 15 directors. 5 of them are women. They didn't get there because they are women. They got there because they proved themselves. They rose through the rank like the men. So we are very gender sensitive. And down the ladder, we are encouraging women to take their rightful place in terms of reportage, in terms of understanding that you need to hold the mic, like Michael Jackson was told when he was 5. You don't have to say because you are a woman, you are just there. And several of our sisters who are doing very well here. As a brand, Voice of Nigeria, I'd like to assure you that you have our support in all the programs that you will be doing. We're already supporting you, but we are gender sensitive, and we would like to offer all platform for your programs, for whatever you're going to do, either in Abuja or any part of the country. And to let you know that we are the only brand that broadcasts in 8 languages, 4 local and 4 international: Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, and Fulfulde, English, Arabic, French, and Swahili, and already I'm working to start broadcasts in Mandarin and also Portuguese. So I call on you to follow Voice of Nigeria on both our digital platform and also our terrestrial platform. I'd like to thank you for giving me opportunity to speak to you, and I want to call on all of us to respect our women and then give them their rightful place so that they can contribute to society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. A round of applause for him. Please, can you take your mic stand so it's not disturbed in any way? Thank you. At the moment, I'd like to invite from the National Assembly, Honorable Barrister Blessing Amadi, who will be giving us the goodwill message from the House, while at some point, of course, the chair of women would also be speaking to us on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker. At the moment, Honorable Blessing Amadi, you have the floor. Please, let's welcome her very, very warmly. One of these days, we'll have to ask them to speak to us on their experiences. Has been very lonely in terms of the numbers of women they represent. Thank you. I see you. You're welcome. Yeah.
Good morning, all. I want to especially salute the organizers of this program and our brothers who are here. I am Blessing Amadi, representing Port Harcourt in the National Assembly, Port Harcourt, River State. Now, the UN Women and other organizers of this laudable program, I want to congratulate you. You're always talking about women, women, women. I know I have attended so many seminars on women, gender equality. But I want to support my Nawoj speaker here that we should change the phrase from gender equality to inclusion of women. This is because our men, they are not very comfortable with that phrase, gender equality, owing to our cultural and religious background and values. And these are our children, our husbands and brothers. Let's appeal to them to have mercy on us. In fact, in the assembly, I remember the day we were debating and passing the bill on special seat for women. The way the men reacted reminded me of 1967, when in my community no woman was allowed to go to school. I became the first to go to the secondary school. And in 2024, we are still looking at women as, you know, people who shouldn't be heard or seen. But we thank God the bill has been passed. Please, could you clap for the National Assembly, the House of Representatives? Now, we're talking of today. Where are we? In the past, you can't identify a woman. You will say, this is the daughter of so-so man. This is the wife of so-so person. But these days, we have professors. I mean, you've mentioned some names here. We are there. I mean, in my community, I don't see where men are, and they will say they've not seen me or they've not recognized me. A retired law lecturer. Why wouldn't they recognize me? But women, for us to succeed, we must come together. The attitude of women is not encouraging at all. We should all come together because we have a common problem. How do we launch ourselves to the world in Nigeria? Why can't we know what to say to our fellow females? No matter their status in life, we encourage them. I mean, because of what we do in the National Assembly, last December we had this palliative rice. And occasionally when they know I'm around, they come around the gate to collect rice. You buy a fee and give to them. They are women, they are suffering. And number two, please, I want to appeal to our men. our husbands, our children. I'm 70 years, so I have children in the National Assembly. Our brothers, please support us, because if you don't support us, your children or your daughters who might, want to be in politics or hold leadership position will not be encouraged. So you have to do it now. The men, I challenge you to support us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and can we please appreciate the Honorable once again? She made an appeal. Well, we just have to say that it's something that needs to be done. Okay, so we're going to move to a key aspect of this program, and the chairperson of the House Committee on Women in Parliament has gracefully agreed to hold on to the keynote address by the Honorable Speaker so that they could witness the signing of the MOU, which we call, compact of our commitment. And shortly, I would read what we have in that, compact. We want to ensure that the executives, the media executives we have in the House, sign this. And maybe it would also encourage a compact of commitment from the National Assembly to do more when it comes to those pending legislations. I've also seen a lot of trumpet blowing here. There's this proverb in Things Fall Apart that the lizard that jumps from the high Iroko tree says he will praise himself if no one else did when he was doing like this. I'm glad to announce that my organization, the International Press Center, is also not doing badly when it comes to gender. Majority of our management staff are women, and 2 members of our governing board are also women. I thought I would receive some applause for that. But I'm actually used to being a gender minority, because even in my house, I'm a gender minority. I'm the only man there. And I used to challenge my sisters in Ward C, gender NGOs, and the rest. And I would say, how do you people also fight for my rights? Because I'm a gender minority in my house. But that's just by the way. So thank you very much. And I will need this mic, please, so that I can. Please, can I have the second mic here? So, shortly we will be inviting the UN Women Rep and then the media executives here and those representing them to sign this. And this is what we have here as compact of commitment by media organizations on promotion of gender equality and women empowerment. And this compact says, despite female population accounting for 99.3% of the total Nigerian population, women remain underrepresented in many spheres, including contribution to national development policies and leadership. UN Women and Nigerian media organizations have built a strong partnership over the years to enhance women's voice, inclusion, and representation in leadership and decision making. Both parties have decided to expand this partnership in the following areas. 1, providing women with platform to advance legislative and leadership careers. 2, enabling women's economic empowerment through capacity building, access to service, resources, and technologies. 3, prevention of violence against women and girls. Next, advocating for increase in number of women in elective and appointive positions at the federal and state level. And finally, increasing women's leadership in development, peace, security, and humanitarian response. The compact of commitment. The intent of this compact of commitment is therefore to provide a framework of cooperation and facilitate collaboration to escalate media advocacy and promote women's economic empowerment, prevention of violence against women and girls, expanding access to services, resources, and technologies, and increasing women's leadership along the humanitarian, development, and peace nexus. Under this compact, media organizations commit to the following: enhance and intentionally reorient editorial policies to promote gender equality and women empowerment, sensitize media executives and reinforce the role of media in enhancing women empowerment, provide platform for women in politics ahead of the 2027 general elections within the framework of the signed Memorandum of Understanding, include gender perspectives and angles as part of the agenda of management meetings and discussions, provide discounted slots for the promotion of gender equality and women empowerment in media programming, and finally, amplify advocacy at both national and state levels for the passage of the Gender and Equity Opportunities Bill, GEOB, and for the creation of special reserved parliamentary seats for women. So this is what this compact says. And your applause will show that we accept the words of this compact. In the trade union movement, we'll say adoptee. So thank you very much. And what we need to move on to now is the signing of these compacts. And because it's between UN Women and media organizations, we'll start with the UN Women representative to Nigeria and ECOWAS, Ms. Beatrice Eyong, to start, and then we'll be calling the organizations to sign and then maybe also have a handshake with her. Can we please appreciate her as she comes forward? Well, so she's taking the first big step. You will sign up here. Okay, next, let me now invite the representative of the broadcasting organizations of Nigeria. And following him, representative of the Nigerian Press Council. And, of course, the Nigeria Union of Journalists. Oh. Yep. Nigerian Press Council. Thank you very much. Please have a handshake with her. For the Nigerian Press Council, up there, yeah. President, Nigeria Union of Journalists, Mr. Chris Isiguzo. There should be applause for our president. Followed by National Chairperson, Nigeria Association of Women Journalists. Please come over. The Nigeria Association of Women Journalists. Now watch. Top there. News Agency of Nigeria. News Agency of Nigeria.
News Agency of Nigeria. Wow. Then Director General, Voice of Nigeria. $17. Then handshake with the women. Goodbye. DG Vaughn, Voice of Nigeria. Can we give them a loud applause? Thank you. Guild of Corporate Online Publishers, next. Guild of Corporate Online Publishers, Maureen, come forward, please. To be followed by okay, let's have Guild of Professional Bloggers of Nigeria. They had then Nigerian Television Authority, please. Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, the largest network in Africa. I thought they will have the largest applause. If we have a representative of National Broadcasting Commission and FRCN, please come over. Yes, that's it. Yeah, over there, on top. Yeah, okay, yeah, please do. Thank you very much. Can I invite, do we have Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria? Hamza, you are standing in for the president. Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria. Do we have representatives of The Punch in the room? The Punch newspaper. Get them, okay. Yes, newspaper proprietors, yeah, there. Thank you very much. And I think you could as well do Daily Trust since you are the editor. Yes, that's double. Then can we have CVC, TV Continental? Mariah Falabi Brown, thank you. You pay for this. AIT, yeah. Let me look for AIT there. AIT. Then Radio Quara to follow. Radio Quara, you in the house? Channels Television. Do we have Channels Television in the house? Yes, okay. Channels Television. Which one is it? This Day Newspaper. Please follow. Leadership Newspapers. Leadership. Okay, we have Leadership there. Quara. Radio Quara. It's somewhere here. Yeah. Radio Quara. Leadership. Okay, Leadership is on the way. Radio Quara, that's a short and sharp signature. Thank you. Human Rights Radio. Do we have Human Rights Radio in the house? Okay. Liberty FM. Liberty FM. Please, can we be showing appreciation for this important ceremony? Liberty FM. The Guardian newspapers after Liberty. Liberty. This one. Hot FM. We need your hot signature. This is The Guardian. Okay. Check The Guardian newspaper up there. Is that Hot FM? Okay. Thank you for appending your hot signature. Blueprint newspaper. Blueprint. Give me one. That one. National Broadcasting Commission we called earlier. Okay, Blueprint. This is a blueprint, eh? Okay, yeah, Blueprint. Okay, you're welcome. Sorry. Blueprint. Can you hear me? The Nation newspapers. This Day. Oh, this one's on this side. Daily Independence. Arise TV. Those that we have in the house. Thank you. This Day. Okay. Which? Daily Independence. Okay, thank you. Kaduna State Media Corporation, if you're in the room. International Society of Media in Public Health. International Society of Media in Public Health. Wow. I wish we can see some of these signatures. We'll see display and maybe there will be an award for the longest. This is okay. Okay. International Center for Media in Society. Thank you very much. Which one is this? Okay, we called the Nation earlier on. ARTV, BRTV. That should be Bruno. We're still waiting. Okay, I think, okay, I thought I was coming for Kaduna. Wazobia FM. Do we have you in the house? Wazobia FM. Channels Television once again. Is that Wazobia? Okay, please come forward. Yeah, I'm the editor-in-chief. I will sign that. Maybe that will come last. And it will come. Wazobia, please, we are waiting for you. We want the handshake here before the other ones. So, Arise TV once again. Okay, this is Wazobia. News Central Television. News Central. The Nation once again. Premium Times. Okay. Freedom Radio Group. Do we have you in the house? Okay. Well, it's going to be a continuous exercise. Let me sign for Nigerian Democratic Report and then international. No, it's both. Al-Assar Radio, are you in the house? Okay, I think this is where we are. I should take my own handshake. Thank you very much. Okay, so can we... Okay, from Al-Assar. Oh, thank you. Please, can we appreciate him? Al-Assar, great. Do we have Freedom Radio Group in the house now? Okay, all right. Are you coming? Okay. This is for Vanguard. Do we have Vanguard here? Okay, Vanguard signed in Lagos, I suppose. That's why Vanguard is not replicated here. We have, Vanguard is there. Oh, sorry, don't mind me. And I'm ex-Vanguard. Don't report me to the management. Oh. So, The Punch, Arise TV, Silverbird Television. Are you in the house? Yeah. Okay. Channels once again. News Central once again. This silver board, okay. Please show us silver board here. Gerin FM. Okay, would Guild of Professional Bloggers. Okay, The Punch. Okay, so like we did in Lagos, we still have these commitments on another paper that will pass around for many more endorsements. So we can then just try and show the audience what we have here. And okay, so please, those who have signed, okay, and what do you call it? Women today. Okay, please come. You just put it and. So can we then invite all the media executives that have signed so that we can have a group photograph holding the compact of commitment? Just put women today and please, why is the marker, please? We don't have red. Just put women today and just sign. Just put women today and sign. Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, I think we would bring this down, isn't it? Okay. Do you want us to invite the honorables? No need, the honorables. Yeah. Okay. We don't want, even though this is a media affair, we don't want to exclude the honorables. Please kindly join the group photograph. Okay, yeah. So while we're doing this, if you want to quickly, yes, please, honorable, yes. While we're doing this, if you want to quickly grab a cup of tea or snacks, you can do that. Please be careful so that. I think we have some space at the back. Some of us can come up here. We held it in Lagos, but it's fine. Please help us remove the chair. I think we can still have one or two people up here.
No, it's okay.
Okay, if the cameraman says it's okay, so it's fine. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So let's try and settle down in about 5 minutes so that we can have the keynote address. Please just grab what you have and return to your seats so that we can make it, can take it together with, okay. Okay. There's a phone that developed wings and has been moving around. If you can't find your phone, please see this, my sister here. Somebody left his or her phone on the table. Pardon? The owner is coming. Oh, okay, all right. The owner will show proof of ownership, including the birth certificate of the great-grandfather, so that we can cross-check the names and be sure. And we may also request a letter of recognition from the traditional ruler of the person's town to say that, yes, he or she is the real owner. It would be good if we settle down for us to be able to listen to the representative of the Speaker of the House. So I'm pleading that we do this tea break in a few minutes. Just collect and return to your table, because we shouldn't have a divided house when she's addressing us on behalf of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Federal Republic of Nigeria. We should please spread the good news of the signing of this compact. And having read the contents, the panel that we're going to have immediately after the keynote address, we discuss the issues there. Can we please do this without making noise so that it could be fast? Let's try and be orderly. Let's try and maintain some orderliness, please. Okay. How long will it take you to arrange this? You don't arrange it, we are done. Okay. Hey, madam, yeah. Hello, Ife, where are you? Where is Ife? Okay. The phone. Can we move faster over there, please? Maybe if you take your snacks, you can go back to the seat and then return for the coffee.
Right, can we please quickly return to our seats? It's a working tea break. So take your tea to the table, please. I'd like to quickly invite the moderator of this event to take her seat, and she'll be at the liberty of calling up the panelists. Busola Ajibola is from the Center for... Huh? Oh. Busola, please take your seat. We'll take the keynote address, and immediately you'll just invite members of the panel. Representative of the Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for being such a good mother. We would soon settle. Give us another 3 minutes. People have been here since 8 a.m. and their sugar level is a bit down. So let's refresh the sugar level. Please, can we double up on the tea break, ma'am? Please, can we do this very, very noiselessly? Thank you very much. Can we please put the music? Thank you. I hope you're having a good time with your tea and coffee and the snacks. Please, may I just say that I would like to continue the program. You can continue with your tea quietly as much as we can. We cannot get through a lot of things, particularly issues on women, without the legislature. The Right Honorable Speaker is committed to this. So in spite of his very, very busy schedule, he has asked that the chairperson, House Committee on Women in Parliament, should come to represent him. And this for me is an affirmation of the fact that the Nigerian legislature is ready to ensure that the growth of the Nigerian woman is enhanced. I want to thank the chairperson, House Committee on Women in Parliament, for allowing us to tweak the agenda. And beyond that, allowing us to build our sugar level that has been a bit low. Please, shall we all give her a very loud round of applause? Yes. Madam Chairperson, I'd like to invite you to the podium to give the goodwill message of the Right Honorable Speaker. And I think it's an opportunity for us to know who our chairperson is at the House of Representatives, because I'm seeing you for the first time. Right, ma'am. This is the podium. Let's again give her a very warm welcome. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. My name is Honorable Fatima Talba. I am the House Chairperson Women in Parliament. I'm representing the good people of Nigeria, Potoskum. I'm from Yobe State. And for your information, Yobe State, as small as it is, produced 2 females as members of the National Assembly. We are 2 in the National Assembly. This is not my first time of coming, and the other one came 3 times. So you can see that we are having the support, despite the fact that Yobe State is partially a Sharia state. It has not constrained us from coming to the National Assembly. Therefore, even in religious states, we may have our share if we play it well. It's just the need to press the correct button that matters. If you now say you are now trying to be men, they will block you. If you say you want to support them, they will come along with you. So let's compliment their efforts. Let's tell them that we are woo men. We are not men. We are woo men. Meaning that there is a shortfall somewhere. And so they should accept us the way we are. Please, we want to plead with women to see through their eyes, not through their noses. Let them know that they have female children. Anything they do against women, definitely somebody will do it against their own children one day. So let's work together as a team, and we will complement your efforts. Please, women. I come in peace. I want to stand on the existing protocol, and I also want to thank the organizers of this particular, do I call it interactive session, or whatever it is. I thank you very much for organizing. Media is the life support of anything in this world. Believe me, you know that media can make it good, they can make it work, and they can make it worse. It depends on how you look at them, and it depends on how you take them. So today I'm telling you that we need to, if you need to achieve, we have to work with the media. That's the truth of the thing. There is nothing wrong in supporting your brother to elevate you high. There is nothing wrong with that. So we'll work with media, we'll continue to work with you as a team, and by the grace of God, we'll achieve what we want to achieve. I'm here to stand for Mr. Speaker, who is unavoidably absent. He's not in the country. He now called. He called me because this is women thing. And more so, is talking about women participation and inclusion, which is the schedule of the Committee of Women in Parliament in the National Assembly. And incidentally, I happen to be the chairperson of that committee. I thank you very much. Anywhere you hear me reading I, is Mr. Speaker, not me, Honorable Fatima. So whatever you see here, any I is Mr. Speaker, not me, not me. So don't quote me wrong. Thank you. Let me read the remarks. Remark of Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, PhD, Speaker House of Representatives, at the UN Women Roundtable with media executives at the Abuja Continental Hotel on Tuesday, September 17th, 2024. It is an honor to be with you today to celebrate the significant milestone of signing a memorandum of understanding between the United Nations entity for gender equality and empowerment of women, UN Women, and media executives. The partnership aims at providing media platforms to amplify and escalate media interventions in advancing women's political participation and inclusion as we look ahead to the 2027 general elections. Today, we also take the opportunity to discuss the challenges that hinder women's representation in political and economical development in Nigeria. Today's event is significant in advancing the cause for economic and political inclusion of women in inclusion of Nigerian women who continue to hold the shorter end of the stick in both ways. It is important to underscore the fact that inclusion of women in governance is not just a matter of equity, but a fundamental prerequisite for sustainable development as outlined in the SDGs. The inclusion of women in decision-making processes leads to more comprehensive perspectives on issues affecting our society. Various studies have shown that when women are involved in politics, policies tend to be more inclusive and responsive to the needs of all citizens. Sadly, Nigeria is deprived of these benefits owing to significant barriers that impede women's political inclusion and participation. These barriers include sociocultural norms that perpetuate gender stereotypes, inadequate access to resources such as funding for campaigns, and systemic discrimination within political parties themselves. It is in light of the foregoing that I want to sincerely commend the tireless advocacy of UN Women in promoting the rights and causes of women, not only in political representation, but also in economic empowerment. It is my considered opinion that these two aspects are inseparable. History has shown that those who are economically disadvantaged often find themselves relegated to the rear politically and unable to access power. This dynamic has been studied extensively by political economists who have highlighted the intrinsic connections between economic power and access to political power. This principle directly correlates with the struggles faced by women in Nigeria when it comes to ascension in government. Although women make up about 50% of the global population and contribute about 60% of the world's labor, they own less than 1% of the world's land. While statistics on land ownership may vary, it remains clear that globally, women control less than 5% of landed properties in societies such as ours. The situation is even more dire. Many communities still uphold traditions that prevent women from inheriting land from their parents or deceased spouses. This is crucial because owned property, especially land, can serve as a valuable asset, one that can be sold or used as collateral to secure valuable credits. Politically, the current representation of women in Nigeria's parliament is alarmingly low, standing at less than 5%. This situation is unacceptable and must change by the next electoral cycle. The national agenda provides a framework for integrating gender equality into all sectors of economy with the ultimate goal of reducing inequalities and enhancing participation of women, men, girls, and boys in socio-economic and political development. A key pillar of this policy focuses on politics and legislation, which is where the House of Representatives comes in. We remain committed and resolute on these goals. Part of our efforts in this regard is the reintroduction of gender equality opportunities bills, which failed in the 9th Assembly, as well as other critical legislations required to dismantle barriers to women's economic and political inclusion. The House has equally signed MOUs with various women advocacy groups, including the Office of the United Nations Committee on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, to enhance legislation and other intervention on issues of women, economic and political inclusion. The bill to create special seats in the National Assembly and State Assembly also passed second reading on the floor of the House on July 10, 2024. The media has a crucial role to play in not only highlighting the barriers to women inclusion, but also in advancing these efforts and in holding us accountable and providing insights into where progress is being made and where more effort is needed. This is especially important at the state level, where the domestication of progressive policies often pose a significant challenge. Our advocacy must be granular, targeting states and local communities to ensure the success of these initiatives. There is no gainsaying the fact that the media has the power as first estates of the realm to shape public opinion and set agenda for the society. With the MAU, I urge you to deploy this enormous power of yours to constantly harp on the issues of women politics and economic inclusion. Through your reportage, continue to speak the efforts being made to advance this cause and hold leaders to task in this regard. You must equally report the values of having more women in the decision-making processes and expose officials of state whose actions detract from this cause. You must also report the lofty stories of Nigerian women who continue to make us proud in various responsibilities that they handle. As we gradually approach the 2027 general elections, it is my hope that this MAU will pave the way for more to be elected and appointed into various positions at all levels and arms of government. Thank you very much, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Let me, as the Chairperson House Committee on Women in Parliament, tell you the efforts so far we have made and what we are making to ensure that at least we see some changes in what is happening. Number one, this type of gathering, this is about the 4th or 5th time we are having this type of gathering on this women issue. And I believe it has never been like this before. So with this continued pushing, by the grace of God, we will achieve what we want to achieve. We want to see the number of women come to at least 30. If we cannot get the 35%, let's have even if it is 20. But with the bills that we are bringing on board, you know that just passing it one or twice in the House does not settle everything. We will have to go for public hearing, and that is where the danger is. And that is where we will need media. If we are not careful, we engage the wrong people during the public hearing, they kill the bill on arrival. Again, because we have to work with the minds of the people. So we are pleading that men should support us. We are already working tirelessly on the men in the National Assembly to ensure that they help us. They came to the National Assembly through election, and 80% of their votes, I believe, were from women. So why are they now depriving us the chance of also involving more women to come on board? These bills that were killed in the National Assembly were actually killed because we didn't have the number we wanted for the bills to pass through. So media, please, we are appealing that you help us. Help us so that people will know. In fact, people don't even know. That's the truth of the matter. Some people out there, they don't know. If you tell a man, this woman is coming to the National Assembly, he will say, no, 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 she belongs to the kitchen. She's in the other room. She should stay there. And that's all. This other room attitude should change. And the change starts from your home. Please make it work in your house. Be more friendly to us throughout day, morning, evening, and night. Not only in the evening. Please. I keep saying this, and I will repeatedly say it, that men are more friendly to us towards the evening time. Change that attitude. Once that attitude is changed, everybody will now work with us and will work for us. I want to beg you, and I want to assure you that we have already set in a motion on pace. We'll be visiting states. We'll go for advocacy and sensitization. We want to go and start. Of recent, I was in Benue State. The governor of Benue State is making us proud. Everything in Benue is woman. Everything. I was there just some 2 weeks back. Even the SSG he appointed now is a woman. And I'm so happy that he has so many women there. So I want to see governors that will also come and at least borrow leave from him so that they will include more women. We do you nothing. We change nothing for you. With you, you are comfortable. You want us to be your flowers everywhere we go. We shine, we do everything for you. But you don't want us to share the national cake. What is wrong? Please, I'm begging that men should help us, come play with us, so that these bills would be passed for the sake of our future children. I stand here to beg you today to please media, do us a favor and advocate this for us while we do the groundwork at the National Assembly. I thank you very much. So, I want to tell you something. Let me give you a small background. Let me tell you something. As you see me standing here, you need to see how I came to this National Assembly. It will surprise you. But all my life, I've been a leader. That's the truth of the matter. I started as a director of primary health care in my state because I have a medical background. I ended up being a permanent secretary 4 times, a director general 2 times, a chairman 3 times, a commissioner 3 times, a legislator twice, talk less of boards and parastatals. So I was a seasoned civil servant. So being a civil servant also taught me how to go with people. That's why I've been going with them smoothly. So women, come down to the level of the men so that we'll achieve what we want.
Thank you. Moturayo, Busola, sorry. Busola, you have the mic.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are enjoying your tea break. We're going to make this as brief as possible. I think maybe just about 30 minutes. And I'm going to start by introducing myself. So I'm Busola Ajibola. I work as Deputy Director for the Journalism Program at the CJID. And today I've been tasked with the duty of moderating a conversation on the role of digital and mass media in promoting women's political inclusion and representation in Nigeria. So to join me in discussing this issue, I'm going to be inviting Adaora Onyechere. She's a news program anchor and producer at AIT, and she's the Executive Director of Gender Strategy Advancement International. To also join me on this panel, I have Alima Musa MNI, who is the Director of News at NTA, the largest broadcast station, as Antimoji would say. I have Usaina A. Bankshika, MNI, Director News, FRCN, and Deputy President, Nigeria Guild of Editors. And finally, where is Usaina? Usaina A. Oh, okay. I then have Mr. Yusuf Ali, who is the Managing Editor, Northern Operations, the nation's newspaper. Mr. Yusuf Ali, is he here? Oh, okay. Okay, so Mr. Hamza, you've been ambushed. Kindly please join me on this panel. Thank you. Because just like we don't always want a manel, I also don't want this panel to just be women, a womanel, just women speaking to ourselves. Yes, please, you could take a seat here. Okay, so I've been asked to call on Mr. Sonny Daniel from the Vanguard. Kindly please join us on this panel. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. So a lot of things have been said today, but what remains very bleak is the statistics, right? That we have 3 women out of 109 seats in the National Assembly. That's at the Senate. That we have 16 women in the House of Rep out of 360. That we have 48 women in State House of Assemblies out of 990 seats. And that we have 17% of women in ministerial appointments. So we've signed a pact, and I'd like us to start from where I think is the most fundamental. Adaora, I know you were at some point, you occupied some position at IPAC. So this question would go to you. Nigeria does not have provisions for independent candidates, right? Which means anyone who wants to emerge at any elective position must go through the political parties. So let's start from what would the media be doing differently, or what should we be doing differently to spotlight the challenges of women politicians at the political party level, since they cannot emerge without going through that process. Let's start from there. And I promise you this is going to be a very interesting deliberation. Please, so let's keep one house, please.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And thank you so much for having us on this panel. And thank you, UN Women, for what you're doing. I think spotlighting these conversations are so important. And it's very apt, and I say this because, of course, we see that local government elections are happening in states. We have very few emergence of women at certain levels. For instance, the FCT is looking towards councillorship elections in February at their primary level, at political party level. And so the question is, how do we engage in conversation starting from the grassroots now? Politics is local, and I think that the mass population of women, to be able to compete at that level, should first of all have the conversation at the grassroots. You talked about the state assembly. We only have 18 states with women at the state assembly level, and I think that that is where leadership starts. So talking about political party engagement, I think it starts with, development communication. How do we look at development communication and channeling that through community engagement, and that's where the political parties come on board. I know that I'm the technical director for IPAC on strategic partnership, and I know that one of the things that we are looking at is how do we begin the conversations at the time that it is necessary before the elections happen. And if you notice, a lot of the political parties are now engineered to start having conversations. We just had one a few last month on the dialogue with political parties looking at inclusive structuring of political party administrative leadership. And I think that when we begin to spotlight that in the media is very important in spotlighting that, because we are the ones who foster socialization, mass mobilization, and advocacy. And if we start from the political party level, opening up windows where we can have opportunities to give more women opportunities to speak, not just during campaign, but before campaigns, having agencies with media partners and houses to be able to have an ecosystem where we can have more voices within political parties for women to speak, I think that that would also go a long way.
Thank you so much, Adaora. So you did mention something that strikes out for me, media engagement. So women being able to have, capacity for media engagement, even within political parties. But then, so one of the things that we've discovered is that women struggle, to access resources that can give them that visibility within the media space, right? Just as much as the struggle within the political party structures, within campaign level structures. So that brings me to you, Mr. Amza Idris. What is the media, or what should the media do differently to ensure that women have, that access to visibility ahead of 2027? It's not like when we're 3 months to elections.
All right. Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And even though it was an ambush by Mama Moji and Mr. Larry for me and Sode Daniel to be here, I think we are well prepared to speak on this. First is to increase the liberalization of the newsrooms. Yes, what I mean by that is to give more opportunities to women, not just to hold administrative roles, but the key editorial role, because they understand what concerns women more. When I came earlier to represent our chairman, Mala Kabiru Yusuf, as the president of Newspapers Proprietors Association of Nigeria, I made mention that, for instance, in Daily Trust, we have women holding some of these key positions. And with also as a responsibility, quite a number of media houses have done that. But where is the problem? Women don't want to come out to speak. In most cases, they are shy. I know personally, I anchor our flagship program, Daily Politics on Trust TV. So sometimes issues relating to women, you will extend invitation to them. They don't want to come, only few of them. So women must be sensitized to come out and speak. And then again, they must be bold. People should talk from their comfort zone. I want to cite an example. Honorable Fatima is here, but it wasn't a tea party for her to get to where she is. I reported for the Daily Trust in Yobe, I think around 2007, and that she was among the very few women. And she has been there even before we started this job we are doing, because she has been, I just describe her as an activist, because she has been there even right from the military days. Yobe is rural with all sense of responsibility, but she came out and she dragged women to be with men in all fora. And that is why she's where she is. The NUJ president, who has just walked out, and I'm sure she will come back, Aisha Ibrahim, she has been there for over 30 years or more in Borno, struggling for women. That is why she is here in Abuja. So women should open up, they should speak out, while we who are the administrators in the newsroom, we should open up the space for them to have a say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amza. I mean, I hear journalists, express that frustration a lot, that you people ask us all the time, to give more visibility to women, but then women do not want to come out. And then my response is always that we need to always remember that we're all prisons of socialization. So when women are raised to be seen and not be heard, to be submissive, to be quiet, we can expect that this will play out in, how they eventually begin to behave when they grow up. And which brings me to the challenge of cultural limitations, social norms, sometimes religious biases. And that's to you, Alima, right? Alima Musa. What would the media do? Or how do you think the media can help, address? First is that limitations that is brought about by socialization, that limitation that are brought about by cultural biases, religious biases, just so that we can have more women developing their own agencies and their own voices.
Okay, thank you for that question. Before I go into what the media can do, I would like to re-emphasize that the media mirrors the society. The media is part and parcel of the society, but it holds a mirror to the society for the society to see what it is. So most of the problems that women have in terms of limited participation or access have to do with patriarchy in society. I think Adora has already spoken about politics being local. So you have to start from your community. Then how open are these communities? Most of our communities are closed to women. Like the Honorable said, women have assigned roles. You are a wife, you are a mother, and that is your primary purpose in life in many communities. We've been fighting that. A lot of groups have been fighting that. But I think how we are going to scale through is through education. We need to educate our society as to the importance of the role of women. Politically, you find that media coverage focuses on the public life of men and the private lives of women. Once a woman steps out, the first thing is, oh, who is she? Is she married? Oh, whose wife is she? If they get to know the husband, oh, okay, he's a woman rapper. The woman is stronger than him. And then the push goes on. It goes on until in some cases, you find the man will walk and say, no, you cannot. And then depending on the kind of woman, the fire the woman has, she may back down also. So the level of patriarchy is so high in society that education needs to be given to all of us, as it were, because it doesn't end. I agree with part of what the Honorable said about educating men. Men are our partners. So the media also has to carry them along. I give an example. I was at the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, 2022. And for the first time, we produced a female Monitor General in 44 years then of the existence of that institution. And how did we do it? It was a matter of engaging the men, enlisting their support such that the composition of the course was 89, 90 people and only 18 women. But we were able to produce a female Monitor General because the men supported it. So education will go a long way. They are our husbands, our fathers, our children, our uncles. So if we carry them along, I think the issue of patriarchy will be reduced. And then, of course, the media is the tool that will be used for that education.
Thank you. So the work of the media is cut out. A lot more to do around educating our men. The Honorable mentioned the other time that perhaps we should change the word gender equality. Maybe our men are averse to that word gender equality. and then begin to adopt inclusion. I mean, I'm just making reference to that. And what you said about the fact that when women politicians step out, the focus shifts from their public lives into their private lives. And I want you, Mr. Sunday, to then, help us speak to the challenge that women politicians then face in terms of online harassment and targeted information disorder. So you could see in 2023 elections how misinformation and sometimes disinformation were used against women. You have fake pictures, portraying some female politicians as smokers, people, branding them as I don't want to use the word, but I'm not going to use the word, but as we're having very worrying sexual lives, right? So what will the media do, to protect women as we head to 2027 from targeted disinformation and malinformation, sometimes misinformation?
Okay, thank you so much. Let me say that Nigeria, in terms of media space availability, Nigeria is well placed and blessed to have the kind of media system that has been working for the country and its people. But the point is that no amount of media exposure will help the women to attain the desire of having gender equality. It is not a media issue per se. Although, as we know as journalists, the media can frame, the media can set agenda to bring up this issue to the front burner of national discourse and development. It's fine. However, the key issue, the main challenge lies in the fact that Nigeria as a country is yet to come to the point where the leadership, where the constitution of Nigeria, where the people recognize women as key and strategic members of the society, which if you do not engage and involve them appropriately, the development of the country will be stifled. That's where we have been. So it is not the issue that if the media continues to frame women, bring them to limelight, that gender equality will be achieved. No. It is not only a policy issue, it is also a legal issue. What do we want as a country? Do we want women to be equal partners in development because they have the psych, they have education, they have the comportment and capacity to operate as men? Or do we want to subject or relegate them to the background? Because in some cases, you see men, they look down on women because they believe that a woman should not be at par with men. Why should that be?
Okay.
Kamala Harris in the US is a woman and nobody talks about her gender. She's flying along with any other person. So we need to bring that same psyche to Nigeria before we can break the yoke of this problem.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sunday. I think that also emphasizes why the media needs to even play a more significant role in terms of advocating for policies that can ensure gender equality in leadership. And I'll throw it now to the audience. Maybe we'll take 2 questions because we're running out of time. Make it brief as you can. I see 1 hand already, and I see 2 hands. So we'll keep it. Okay. Maybe when the microphone goes round. So I'll take you first, madam. The madam in the red headgear. And then I'll take, I believe, the Nawaj president. And then we come back to...
Check 2.
Oh, and okay. I cannot deny Auntie Eneobi, so we'll take... Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, please keep it brief.
Hello.
30 seconds, please.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Honorable Irene Awona, President League of Women Voters of Nigeria. I love the perspective of all of you who have weighed into this conversation this afternoon. My concerns are basically as a voter, the quality of candidates that emerge from various political parties and the gender that I see every year. So what will you do as media practitioners to dim your searchlight on political parties who are fond of twisting the arm of female aspirants, sometimes even shortchanging them, emasculating them,
Yes.
harassing them, you know, to step down for their male counterparts, even if they are the stronger contender?
Who do you want to take that question? You could feel free to choose. It feels like a gunshot. Who is going to take it?
He knows himself. He knows who I want.
Okay.
And
All
then...
right. No, please, let's skip it to one because we are running out of time.
Okay.
Let me
no,
take
it's
this.
the same question.
Okay.
You know, holding them accountable
Okay.
to their various constitutions that actually spelled out that they are expected to give 35%. Every political party in this country has that in their constitution. Thank you.
Madam, please. Yes.
I want to react to Elijah Hamza about me being in it for more than 30 years, yes. But it did not go without its price. I paid a heavy price to be where I am today. I was the first zonal secretary, Northeast Zone. I served in that position for 2 terms. I was the first female vice president from I think the whole of the North. I served in that position twice. When I contested for the position of the national chairperson of NAWOJ, first in Mina in 2002, and then the last one, I want to inform you that the men, more than 90% of the men in my state fought against me and mobilized and supported my opponents simply because they felt if I became the president of NAWOJ, it threatens them. And I don't see how it threatens them. NAWOJ is just an association that deals with issues concerning women and children. And those women and children are their children and their wives. So at times it's funny. And then reacting to...
Okay, I'm sorry, I have to stop it because I only have 3 minutes more to wrap up this panel. I would ordinarily love to have you speak.
I just want us to draw a line between...
But I have to stop you, I'm so sorry. So, Dr. Hamza, I'd like you to take the question, then I'll come back to Adaura, and then you have your final words. Thank you.
Yes, and with the last statement from Hajia Aisha, you know, I actually cited her example. In Hausa, they said, Rawani, Kallabi tsakanin Rawuna. Yes, we came a long way from Borno, so I know the troubles she passed through. And that is where she is now. We hope that she will continue to rise higher, all the women here. Okay. But for the issue of
political parties.
Yes, political parties. I wish I were a politician. But all my life, I've been a reporter. But I strongly feel, as she rightly pointed out, as journalists and editors, reporters and editors, we have a role to play. But women must, I insist on that, they should be ready to speak out.
No, but
we'll
our question
provide
is,
the platform.
how are we going to hold political parties accountable to 35% gender affirmative
They are really,
actions?
political parties are quite unpredictable. They don't have ideology.
Okay.
This is the truth. The major problem in Nigeria is that political parties don't have ideology. Okay. And men have more money than women. And assuming we have deeply entrenched political system as we have in maybe US and other climes, where party members sponsor the political parties. I think we should work towards that by encouraging people to own up all their political parties. Because by the time people own the political parties, they will fund the political parties and they will give room for the best to emerge. We have better women who can do it better than men.
Thank you, Mr. So Adora, 1 minute, please. 1 minute, which makes 3 minutes, and then we're done.
All right. Okay. So first, I would like to respond to what the last speaker said, not the gentleman at the forefront, where he said that it is not the responsibility of the media in all its entirety. I think I would say it differently. It is the responsibility of the media, because the media is considered a potent force. One, It is active in shaping popular beliefs and one of the biggest platforms for socialization. And I give you, for instance, it is the duty of the media to portray women in headlines, spotlight those who are doing well. But the narrative you would often find in the media are the narrative of women as victims or marginalized. And I think that is where I am coming to the conversation of media taking the forefront. Secondly, I also think that gender identities are formed by the media over the time. And it becomes normalized by people who engage the media and listen to the media. And so it is also the responsibility of the media to make sure that we demystify those negative gender identities, which you were not so comfortable mentioning earlier on, so that people can take, conversations and examples from that to the community. And finally, I would like to say this. I would want to say that it is also the role of the media to look at how it can have a gender-inclusive quota across the newsroom, both in training, women who can have ownership of licenses in the media to be able to portray more women. And I think that when you have more women as editors, you would see that they are more sensitive to de-stereotyping stories that negate women. And also training female journalists to be able to understand that equitable storytelling is the only way we can actually have a full democracy. Yeah. And I think that works. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adawara. Demystification of gender stereotypes in news reporting. And I refuse to use the word in which those politicians were named because I would not be found reinforcing them. And then that brings me to you. You have 1 minute to round off, and then your last word in 1 minute. Please, let's keep to 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with the focus of Adora. Yes, but the women, beyond having women in at editorial position, they should also mentor. Again, you find out that some people were saying it earlier that when some women reach a certain stage, they join the men. They tend to lose their agenda. Yes. And then join the men because it's like it's a club of power or something. So we need to mentor and groom successors in the system as we are moving so that whatever values we are upholding, we can pass them generationally to upcoming young people. I just want to add that I wanted the Honorable to be around because what Hamza said about offering a platform for some of the female politicians and them rejecting is a fact. We have a dedicated channel into Parliament. All we report there or we do there is parliamentary activities. There's a program we call Gender and Parliament. You will not believe that it is very difficult for us to get resource persons for that program. We get one NAS member, probably once in a month, and then you keep chasing them. And it's not only at the national level.
How many can you have?
It's not only at the national level. We're talking about even state assemblies.
Okay.
You showcase them, what they stand for, who they are, and all that, towards encouraging others. By the time you hear their struggles and all that, you identify with them and say, okay, fine, the small hits I had is not even it. Let me push on. Okay. So please, let us also, as we open up the space for mentorship and for younger ones, and then let the politicians also latch onto it.
I think CSOs that are in the room that works with women politicians now know maybe there's a need to engage female politicians on, becoming more acclimatized with visibility and taking up platform. Your last word in 1 minute.
My last word still goes back to what I said earlier. And the point I want to reiterate is that, yes, media highlights of women's efforts. It's very crucial, it's important, but there is what we call media dysfunctions in communication. If you continue to highlight one particular issue, even when it has got to a certain point, people will begin to say, what is this? Is that the only issue? Media dysfunctions begins to set in. However, like I said before, if Nigeria is serious to bring women into limelight and to ensure that there is gender equality, Nigeria will begin to make the relevant laws, amend the constitution to ensure a certain quota is devoted to women. When we are talking about women's representation in politics, if in a state like, I come from a state where the state produces 3 senators and 12 House of Reps members. If the law is amended to say, out of these 12, let 4 positions be given to women, that is final. There's nothing the media can do about it. It stands. But if we are still begging, we are pleading with men, it will happen immediately.
Thank you, Mr.
So they should do
Sunday.
something about it.
Thank you. So on this note, I'm going to bring this panel conversation to an end. I think some of the things that had stood out for me is, first is that we cannot deny the power of the media to shift mind, to shift thinking, to change hearts. So I don't think the public is going to be they would never feel saturated listening to women issues, because women issues are diverse in their nature. So it is for the media to craft the act of mainstreaming women issues in their diversity. I want to say thank you to all of you for contributing your thoughts today, and to the audience for listening. Adaora have asked me to announce that she anchors a policy literacy program for women that is called Gender Agenda, and that platform is open to any female politician that is willing to take the spotlight. So thank you, everyone. Thank you to the UN Women for giving me the privilege to moderate this conversation today. Thank you.
Please, can we appreciate the panelists, the moderator? Thank you very much. We talk long. So, for the final part of today's program, which is engagement with the media on the status of legislative agenda to promote, to promote the rights, inclusion, and representation of women and girls in Nigeria. We'll have as moderator Mrs. Mufileat Fijabi of Sustainable Gender Action. Can we please appreciate her? She comes here. In this segment now, they are going to be talking to the media what they want to see the media do. So this is the CSO's session of today's program. Let me invite Emanuela Azu from Women Advocates Research and Documentation Center. And then I want to invite Ene is still around? Are you? Okay. NLB, who needs no introduction, can we please appreciate her? Then we have Dr. Kemi Da Silva Ibru, consultant OBGYN. I don't want to twist my tongue, obstetrician and gynecologist. She's founder of a Women at Risk International Foundation. Can we please appreciate her? Atimoji, is that all for the panel? Okay, all right. Yeah, so basically we're looking at the aspects of legislation now. I know we have some challenging bills. Anyway, the moderator. Okay, all right, ma.
Ladies and gentlemen,
hello.
What we are about to do
is
related to what we were talking about.
All right.
Because one of the things I, as a foreigner, saw in this country is the violence against women in elections. It takes you huge courage to talk, to say, I want to stand as a senator or a governor. It takes a huge courage. In fact, let me tell you people openly, it will frighten any woman who is not decided that because you want to be a governor, they break your house, they handle they do something. If we don't handle the issue of violence, especially violence in elections, we are no longer going to have women who will stand for elections. Because everybody will say, I don't want to go there. They may kill me, they may kill my husband, they may kill so and so. So this section we want to handle, please, is also very important. Are they repealing or are they amending the only gender-based violence law that we actually have? That is the VAP Act. That should concern all of us. So that's why we are having this. Yes. So thank you. Please just bear with us.
Thank you for the clarification. And it's all about what we can do together, CSOs and the media. Please, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Kindly permit me to stand on the already established protocol. It's been an interesting session since morning. I have a team of renowned women here, well experienced, who will be taking us through the last session for the day on engagements with the media on the status of legislative agenda to promote the rights, inclusion, and representation of women and girls in Nigeria. I'll start from my left-hand side. I'd like to take Emanuela first. You have a few minutes, 1 to 2 minutes, to tell us what our expectations are like with the media on the legislative agenda. What we have at the National Assembly as civil society organizations that we are pushing, and what's our expectation from the Nigerian media? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone, and permit me to also stand on the existing protocol. Okay, just going very quickly for want of time. From the media, actually we expect a lot. As civil society organizations, from the women's rights organization, we actually do expect a lot of things, because for us, the media, as we have said, we can never be overemphasized, but just for us, for sake of continuity, we are saying we'd expect the media at every given time to always project the correct narrative. So how do I mean? It's important for us as media, for the media practitioners in particular, to always, at every point in time, to understand, to have good and adequate knowledge of the laws, of the issues at hand. Let's take a practical example of how narratives, the media will push a narrative and it sends a very wrong signal. A law is passed, the Violence Against Persons Law. The title of the law is Violence Against Persons Law. And when the media projects the news, they will say Women's Law. So it already means that there is already a discrimination, a distinction. The law is already being tilted towards a particular angle. Meanwhile, the law is actually meant to protect both men and women in the community. Even the way we tag the law, it's really very important for the media to always, at every point in time, have the correct and adequate understanding, knowledge of what the law is about, the correct title, and what the law aims to achieve. Because this misinformation and misdirection has to a very large extent impacted on laws in Nigeria. We all know what happened in Lagos State in 2022. When the Lagos State government passed a policy, a termination of safe guideline policy, the media came out to say it's an abortion law, and that was how that law died. So going forward to the VAP law, there is a current review on the VAP law. It's important for us as media to understand what the process is all about. Yes, there's a repeal. So what is the repeal all about? What is the repeal supposed to achieve? So we'd expect as media people for us to have an engagement. One, have a copy of the repeal document. Bring in practitioners to discuss what the repeal is all about, the impact the repeal will have if it is done. And if we have that information, okay, sorry. So if we have that information, that will to a very large extent shape the narrative. That will shape the narrative of how we engage both the legislators themselves and also how the community will be able to hold the legislators accountable. The interesting thing, the power the media has is that when the media push a narrative, the communities, they buy it. We buy it at constituency level. And that is a tool that we should use at every point in time to hold our legislators accountable. And that's what I'm saying. It's all very, very important for the media to always understand. Take time out, study the process, study the law, understand what it is about and what it wants to achieve. By so doing, we'll be able to have greater impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emanuela. Just for the point of emphasis, she's talking about the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act 2015, which is fully operational in Nigeria now. It's a law that protects both women and men from violence in Nigeria. But because there are some gaps that civil society organizations and other stakeholders have noticed over the years, there is now a call for a repeal and reenactment of that law. So the repeal does not affect the operational status of the VAP Act 2015. However, the moment it is amended and the content is so much, it becomes, that bill, the moment it is signed into law, becomes a bill to repeal and reenact the 2015 VAP Act. So that means that once it is signed in and it becomes an act, then the subsistent one, which is the 2015 one, would no longer be operational, and the new one will become operational. So we are counting on the media not to spread the news that the VAP Act is being repealed, but it should be added that there are plans to reenact it, so that people don't also get confused that they want to take away the only law that has to do with violence against persons. And I know that with the draft that is in circulation that we've seen, the act, when it's reenacted, is going to protect both Nigerian men, women, boys, and girls very well, more than ever before. So I want to move on to my big sister here, NLB. 2022-2023, we had 5 gender bills at the National Assembly. We were at the gate to protest. Nothing happened. Those bills never saw the light of the day. What are we up to that we need the media for in this 10th National Assembly? The 9th Assembly did not write their names in gold by not allowing those 5 bills to pass. So what are we up to now? Thank you. 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, moderator. Before I move on, I just want to say that you are the ones with opportunity today because you are alive. You are all here today. A few nights ago, my friend from Borno told me what happened. She was in her house, and around 12:30 a.m., water rose in their bedrooms. And she went out, and told the children quickly, and the husband, let's pack our things and move into the car. And they opened their car to put things. Within 10 minutes, that car was underwater. They ran into their hillocks. That was how they drove, with water almost at the level of the bonnet. They drove out. For many Nigerians, life ended that night. How many people have hillocks in that environment? I just want to let you know that we are alive today, and we are the lucky ones to now fight on behalf of others. So I just thought I should bring that to bear, that many Nigerians, the world was locked against them that night. I'm coming to gender because you have to be alive to fight on gender equality, right? And if you go to that, a woman with 3 children, 3 little children, and not having a height, because if you see the water level, look at the level, so many children went on. I want to go to that, but I want to start by saying a huge thank you to the media. A huge thank you and congratulations for all you have been doing for Nigerian women. I want to say that because I say that in all my work life, through development work, I've always believed in capacity building for the media. But you don't only build capacity for the media, also build capacity for those who will engage with the media. If you think they don't need it, there are so many women that are highly talented, but they are not able to approach the media. So I want to ask the UN women that we need to concentrate on the capacity building, because sometimes some of us who are few are overused. You see my face every day. When they call me because I know that I'm representing people, I try to do everything to go out there. But these days I recommend a number of people, but we have a lot of our sisters who are not able to face the media. So we need capacity building for them. So it's true. When Daily Trust, they've invited me a couple of times. Who do we invite? They called me and I know somebody took me up. I think it was in Channels. Somebody took me up and I said, but you gave me only less than 30 minutes and I was there. So what are you talking about? But the reality on ground is that we don't have so many women who can speak on behalf of women. We need to mentor and also, give them the space. Now at the National Assembly, the media was just wonderful when we locked down the National Assembly. Many of them brought their cameras, many of them brought their studio to the National Assembly. But one of the questions that someone had asked me said, why did you not lock down the National Assembly before the bills? And they said that. The luck we had is I was on with the deputy speaker. So many times we were on Channels and other media together. And what he told us then, the issue of lobbying and advocacy, who have you lobbied? There is a big business. And so we are now facing, and I just had a couple of, just short discussion with the members of the House of Rep that just left here. Incidentally, I met Hajia, Fatima. In 2006, I was in public health for about 10 years, and I was on child health. I led a team with WHO, to Yobe State. So when she was speaking now, I realized she was the one. I didn't know how far she had gone after that. But the issue of the bills now is that they told us that the difficulty even to pass the law that we have seen already, the kind of rebellion they had. And so in the movement now, what do we do before the next hearing? What are we going to do? Because if we don't, that bill is going to be knocked down. So if we need to block the National Assembly now, this is the time. At the time we were there, at the time we went, even the Senate president was in the Senate. He didn't come. But I can tell you about the achievement. Many of those who did not vote, many of those who turned down that bill, they lost their seats. Because we went back to the constituency. If women, just like the lady said, over 80% of those who vote for them are women. And so, why are we begging? Why are we pleading? You are not doing any woman a favor by voting her and putting her in position. Because what we are doing is women's rights are human rights. You as a man, you are standing boldly and talking. Is it not a mother who gave birth to you? All of a sudden, you shocked yourself with that. So, for the National Assembly, so I want to appreciate the role of the media. They did a great job, but we need to mobilize and prepare for the next, because now the bill is somewhere. We need to garner the support. It's not only at the national level, at the state levels, because if this bill goes, it will still come down at the states. And so I think it's a continuous mobilization, but the media, as I say, well done. A number of you need to know that you are paving the way for your girls in the future. And I know how fathers love their daughters. And so the struggle continues for us.
Thank you. Yes, the struggle continues. Thank you very much. So I'll now move on to Dr. Kemi Da Silva Ibru. What should the media be doing for us? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I've had these amazing women start this conversation. I think it's important to acknowledge the media and to thank the media, like my big sister here has done. But I also think it's your responsibility, and it's a collective responsibility to create the awareness. We as CSOs and NGOs, Warrior for What See and others, we're in the trenches. We're working with the survivors, we're identifying their needs, both legislative as well as medical, and we're trying, in spite of, to push that needle. But we can't do it alone. And we can't do it without the awareness. And we can't do it if there's misinformation with regards to that awareness. This particular act that we're discussing, the VAP Act, has been a long journey for all of us. It was before 2015 when it was actually enacted, but since then it's taken 15 years for 35 states to finally domesticate it. And we know that the act is flawed, and we know that it does have certain aspects that should be reviewed. No one is arguing about that positive point. And perhaps this may be an opportunity for us to look at those aspects. But we can't negate the positive successes that this law has benefited survivors. Here is a law that not only filled a vacuum, it was a law that protected women and girls. It's a law that many policies, workforce, schools, and otherwise, has based their handbooks on. It's a law that women seek to get refuge. Repealing a law is throwing the baby out with the bathwater, because at the end of the day, fundamentally, the vacuum will be recreated. And so I agree with everyone on this panel that yes, a law needs to be amended or reenacted, but certainly not repealed or rescinded. But regardless of what we say here, regardless of how many times we argue amongst ourselves, if the media does not put the information out, if the media does not accurately report on these issues, then this is all a waste of time. And so we cannot do it alone. So we call on each of you to stand with us. Stand with us with every survivor that we work with. As a gynecologist, I work in hospitals and in my clinic and in my center. The youngest girl I have repaired is 7 months of age. I shouldn't be treating a 7-month-old child. I should not be repairing a 7-month-old child as a survivor of gender-based violence. So I urge, I appeal all the media in this room to please stand as a collective force so that every girl and woman can live in this society free of violence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So 2 key points from this early discussion is on the amendment of the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act. We need every media support to ensure that when it gets to the level of final signing, it becomes a reenacted law that protects everyone in Nigeria from all forms of violence. And gender-based violence is still a critical aspect of our society that needs tackling. And we also want to continue the partnership with the media to ensure that from time to time, they also give visibility to all issues that will lead to complete elimination of gender-based violence, gender-based discrimination. And as a point of moving forward also, when we talk about gender equality, which is what the UN Women stands for, it's a combination of seeking for equality of both men and women. And there is an emphasis on the women's empowerment to say that we also acknowledge the fact that women's empowerment is critical to achieving gender equality. So gender equality is important and we must continue to support that bit. So the understanding of some of the conceptual background around gender equality is also something that the media should buy into and also push forward. That gender is not the same as women. Gender is for both men and women. So at this point, I'm going to take just 2 points from the audience, 2 interventions very briefly. I'll recognize you, Ma, and then Madam over there. So please, do we have any man? If we make it 30 seconds, we can actually take more. So let's take these 2 first. I see your hand. Is there any male input? Auntie Ene. I was looking out for a man, but I'll take her first. Okay. You don't have the mic, so we'll come back to you to save the time. Okay, thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Chizobo Buchi. I work with Blueprint Newspaper. My question is to Emanuela. Okay, sorry, to the anchor. You said you were talking about VAP repeal. We know that it's more or less a military term. When you talk about repealing, it means it's no longer there. What we know is amendment. Why are we allowing a repeal? And we are now trying to put it on the media as sending a different narrative. Is repealed, we know the meaning of repealing an act. But what we should talk about is amendment. And that is what we should emphasize, because when there's mischief, as it were, to say you're repealing, you will bring it back. I don't think the issue of repealing VAP should have even come up at all. And I know there are media reports that have pointed out that. I know that women group also have come out to say it should be an amendment. Why have they not repealed other bills? Is one that they believe has to do with gender. So there is mischief in it, and I think we should harp on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You will respond collectively. We'll have you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and I want to commend all the speakers for doing a good job. Mine is a suggestion, and based on my experience, more than 33 years ago after the Beijing conference, I think the theme then was violence against women then, and there was a campaign. Why am I saying this? We have to understand that media does not operate in a vacuum. There must be an activity for the media to focus on. And if there is no activity, it will be pretty much difficult for the media to now start chasing women who don't even want to come on board to talk. So UN Women, please, there must be an activity surrounding this violence against women campaign. And I will let you know what happened after the Beijing conference. There was a march, and there was also a campaign, a final rally, and it went on in all the states of the Federation. The big rally then was done under Mrs. Regina Amadi, who was then the UNIFEM country chair in Nigeria. And there was a big rally in Lagos. I played a role because I was the media anchor for that campaign.
Okay,
and a lot of people, a lot of media keyed into that campaign, keyed into the program, and there was a lot of media talk. So if you have that campaign, then the media will be needing to talk to a lot of people who will be addressing this case of amendment of the bill.
Thank you very much. I saw one hand over there, very briefly. Please, can you? Okay, yes. I recognize the man behind. Okay, 30 seconds, please. 30 seconds. We have two men who will come. She's the next person. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is James Quinn. I work with Leadership Newspaper. How I wish the chairman of Women in Parliament, the committee in the House of Reps was here. Well, journalists, we are eager to cover the society. That's our duty. But there's a critical aspect of it. My editors are here and they know sourcing. We can't write in a vacuum. We need sources to quote. And I think, except now, maybe if we call Madam Ene there, she's always there for even in the middle of the night to respond. So I will advise as a suggestion that the UN, in trying to push for women fair representation or adequate representation in the media, concern should also be training women on media relations and media engagement.
Thank you. There's another hand here. Let's take him first and then we'll go back there.
Okay, this conversation, I'd like us to bring it down. Why I say we should bring it down is that three things I just want to mention. One, how many of us have the analysis of the repeal of the VAP Act by plaque? I'd like us to see how all of us can have a copy. It's very important because it's the most detailed and less emotionally detached analysis. One, these are the errors. These are the mistakes that we made. I recall when there was I was sitting in front of television and I was looking at the repeal, the second reading announcement. And I sent a message to the National VAP platform, and they said, no, nothing was happening. They brought even NAPTIP. There is a VAP administrator. Somebody had asked that, why is NAPTIP not here? Well, you can't be talking about the VAP Act and NAPTIP is not here. So we were not on guard. So one, my sister, you were saying, I recall in Lagos, we were in Lagos last week to support Palladium. I supported to facilitate. We had a conversation on the structure of the VAP Act. Everybody in the room, you remember, not only one person understood the VAP Act. So even this discussion, we have not brought it down. So we need to say it. No, who said it because the reason why we came, so that the people on this side too, let them make contributions so that they have value for their sitting down. It's very important. We will not finish all the conversation, but we need to bring it down. So I'd like us to look at that verb. We did the analysis. NAPTIP was unaware. Even we who are supposed to be on guard, that pursued this thing for 16 years, we were not on guard. So that was how a thing went fast to second reading. So now the opportunity we have, there is no mischief here. I don't want us to be emotional.
Okay, so we all push for an amendment, not a repeal.
No, it can be a repeal too, on condition that the number of provision, because there are 16 provisions there. You. If it's so much, it has to go for repeal.
Okay, so
nobody
is
witch-hunting anybody.
Round.
No, we are not going round. Nobody is receiving. They're coming to the media. Please, I like us to understand. We are talking with Halima. Many of the media people, they can't even eat well. I want us to understand the ownership structure and how the media operates, the exigency of time and everything. So if you expect the media to come and be working, because many of us in civil society, we have opportunity of having per diem, we have opportunity of eating free food at meetings, but many of them are hungry. So how would they be able to have time to be able to support you?
Thank you. Thank you, Atiene. Let's give her a round of applause, please. Thank you. So we take the gentleman there. 30 seconds. Thank you, Atiene.
But my name is Lanre Ahmed, Chairman, Kwara State Council of Nigeria Union of Journalists.
One house, please.
If you look at the proponent and advocate of VAP, you discover that they are female gender. In most of, particularly where I come from, in Kwara State, the proponent and advocate are female gender. But I want to say this to correct the impression created by my dear sister there, that men are not really supporting the issue of VAP. Men need to be carried along. If they are carried along in the advocacy and even in the implementation of this law, I believe very strongly we will have proper implementation and it will be effective and we will have the result at the end of the day. Thank you.
Okay, so we take the last person by my right, the last person on this.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rose Daniel in the Network of Women with Disabilities. I'm representing women with disabilities and I am so happy to be part of this gathering. The discussion is very, very engaging.
Okay, so you have 30 seconds.
I would like to appeal with the media to spotlight our issues because women with disabilities are not represented at all in government policies and agenda, appointments and all manner of intervention. So we would like the media to spotlight our issues, to amplify their voices so that the government will know that it is our right to participate in every appointment. We should be giving representation. And also, they should try as much as possible to sensitize the public to know that, yes, we have the right to contest, we have the right to also be voted into positions because the discrimination is so high. So with sensitization and greater advocacy, I believe the public will know that we have the right. And also,
thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. So I'm back here on the panel. We'll have each of the panel speak to the issues that have been raised. They will take 1 minute, 30 seconds each, and also say their final statements on this for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I would like to start with the comments by my brother. So when I made my I spoke, I'm referring to the media. The media is made up of men and women. My point exactly is that for us as, though I'm not a media person, but incorporate me for today. For us as media practitioners, it's very important for us to be very knowledgeable and to have adequate information. Practical example is what Auntie Ernest said, that there is a fact sheet available. How many of us media have seen that fact sheet? How many of us have studied that fact sheet? That's on the one hand. So when we have adequate information, it improves the quality of our reportage. It enables us to report from a very unbiased perspective. That's on the one hand. On the second hand is that the labeling of laws, particularly when they have to, policies and laws, when they have to do with majorly women issues, it's really very important. The labeling, we don't come out in very many states. The VAP law and act at the national level was referred to as the Women's Bill, which is a labeling and a stereotype that is not healthy. So I want to encourage us as media practitioners to be very conscious of the labeling, one, and then I also want to talk about the socialization of women. When we want women to come on board conversation, I was saying earlier that we need to understand, women who have been socialized, they do not even have a voice in their father's homes.
Thank you.
How do you want them to come to the television and speak English? So I think we need to develop a strategy of engagement so that we can have more women. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I think it's Maureen who mentioned the issue of events. I think lots of events are coming. A lot of events are coming, and it's also important that if we have these fact sheets we are talking about, these details we are talking about, how have we been able to circulate it, to the media? We need the volume of this knowledge to go to the media. Today we have met with media executives. We need the training of the media. There was a time that I had to train media on child health. The journalists, they said, why are you training us? You are the experts. What you don't know, if you don't personalize it, you cannot offer it. So it's important for them for each area, for them to be trained, to build their capacity. During COVID, the El-Rufai, governor of Kaduna State, did some stringent laws, even harder laws than VAP. And that is the castration issue. But what is the volume of information that is out into the public? And so it's very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think the gentleman that was asking about content, I forget your name, I'm sorry. But with regards to capacity building, I believe the question was with regards to speaking to us as CSOs and getting the accurate content. So our responsibility is to ensure that we capacity build internally and that we have within our organizations a communications department that is readily available to make sure that the content that we're giving you that's accurate is easily collaborated by you. But it works both ways. Like my big sis said, as we capacity build internally, the expectation is that the media will be responsive. So it cannot be a one-sided road. And so I believe in making sure that we have the information accurately given out by us, and then at the end of the media, making sure that the awareness is met by all is the only way that we can cohesively and collaboratively work together. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to thank my panelists, but before then, my sister has one thing to say.
I just want to say that it's a great thing that Nawaj is here. The Nawaj president is here. Adora has done a lot of work in pushing women. The issue of the training of women, please.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel Azu, Tiene Obi, Dr. Kemi Da Silva. Please pardon me for rushing the panel. I was given a time limit within which to operate this. Thanks for your understanding, and we appreciate all the support and efforts of the media. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we should also appreciate the moderator. She was taken unawares, but you have lived up to steam. Thank you, Mufliat. Thank you for what you do in this space. Right, while we are getting ready for the picture. Yes. Oh my God, Larry, where are you? Yes, Larry. Thank Thank you very much. Can we have the music down, please? Let me just quickly, the UN women representative, that from the very beginning of today's event, we've had the representative of the Miriam Babangida National Development Center for Women. She's been here from the very start, but she decided to take a back seat because we were hoping that the Director General of the center would join us. Please, let's give the National Center a big round of applause for your resilience and what you are doing. Well, I know that the women, the country representative has a flight to catch, but while she's going, can we have a consensus of opinion here? Because two things have happened here today. We have been able to dissect the fact that the media has an important role to play going forward. Now, I'll read what has been written out here, and we'll take a vote. Can I have one house, please? Thank you. Having followed the ongoing national discourse on the repeal and reenactment of the VAP Act, and having recognized the benefit that the current law has shown, even in its weaknesses notwithstanding, the Nigerian women at a meeting convened at the Abuja Continental Hotel today, September the 17th, 2024, recommend, are we all together? Yes. Recommend to the National Assembly and the Executive to consider an amendment to the VAP bill, not a repeal. Do we have a consensus here? Yes. Please, if, like we say here, is it an adoptee? Adoptee. Adoptee. Can we have all of us here on this side to adoptee or adoptee or ask? Yes, let's have it here. We must have an affirmation. We cannot go on, just speaking to it. We must show courage that this is what we have affirmed to be part of, so that when NLB and her women, the Nigerian women, move to the National Assembly, it will be said that we were courageous about it. Can you show your affirmation by coming to this side? Nigerian women here around, do we need a repeal? And the men, because we cannot do it without the men. Do we need a repeal or an amendment going forward? It took decades. It took decades to get to where we are to 16 years. The GOB bill is still crawling. So are we ready? Do we understand it enough to affirm that it should be an amendment, not a repeal? Because we don't know how many years. The gains that we have made, what will happen to it? One of the speakers had come out to say that there are about 16 well, whatever they want to do with it, amendment, but we know that would take, it's like going back. Yeah, it's like going back to where we started. See, a child of 16 is grown. I respect the fact if you are not coming out, but we need men and women. These days, men too, our boys too are raped. It is not just about the women. Please, if you are talking and you want to join us, Emanuela, Ene, what happened to all the sleepless nights? Please, let's come out here. I can say that Nawaj will champion capacity building. Nawaj will champion capacity building. And yes, for women. Let's together. Yes, thank you. All the gentlemen here. Yes. Okay. Okay. I didn't. I wish I went back. I wish I read law, but I would. Thank God I have a daughter who is a lawyer, so she can put me on steam. But seriously, we can. We have. They said they have 16 items which they are looking at. So are they taking us back to the last 16 years? Is that what we want? No. Is that what we want going forward? Yes, ma'am. Please, people can sit and we're, yes, 3 rows, yes. More than 16. Well, that's now we need to study it like yesterday. I need to sit down. Okay. You are always journalists for a life. Okay? President.
Deputy Country Director.
Yep.
No, we are snapping as well.
This is a resolution by Nigeria.
Subsits. Please, Hajia said. So, this will be a continued. Sorry, this will be a continued conversation. Yes. Okay, yes. They're recording. You want me to read it again? You want me to? Yes. Yes. Okay. There's a suggestion in the house that we all raise our right hand. Well, can I read this again? You want me? Yes. Having followed the ongoing national discourse on the repeal and the reenactment of the VAP Act, and having recognized the benefits that the current law, in spite of its weaknesses, the Nigerian women at a meeting convened at Abuja Continental Hotel today, September the 17th, 2024, recommend to the National Assembly and the Executive to consider an amendment to the bill, not a repeal. Yes. Do we all agree? Yes. Okay, can we show by our right hand up? Yep. Okay. We would include this in the communique, which will be shared with all the participants here. This is history, and we hope that our voices will be heard very loud and very high. Thank you for those, and Claire, thank you for those who have shown bravery and courage. That is the spirit. But most importantly, if you have the fact sheet, please share it. If you have the fact sheet, so that we can understand it better, please. So it will be to amend to strengthening the VAP law. We will include that. Please, Amanda, can you include that quickly? So I thank you all. Thank you so very much. Well, we have come to the end of this very important meeting with the media executives, and also with sponsored by UN Women. I'd like to ask Zev from UN Women to move the vote of thanks. Please, can we do that? Can we continue with this conversation later? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think as UN Women, we are thrilled by your presence. It wouldn't have been this successful without you participating and sparing more time to be with us for this important convenings. We have 2 key deliverables out of this meeting which we all celebrate. The first one is securing commitment from the media executives to, 1, support women's political agenda on the roadmap to 2027 elections. That means discounted rates for women in politics when they appear in their stations. Number 2, supporting advocacy on gender-responsive legislation, including GOB and establishment of special seats for women. And the other deliverable is now what our Auntie Moji has just read, which is women recommending to the National Assembly and to the executive for an amendment of the VAP law, not repeal. Yeah, so please let us put our hands together and celebrate all of us for wonderful participation. Thank you very much. You make us proud, and it is a journey we are going to make together. I think lunch will be served. We will give you direction shortly. Thank you very much. Bon voyage.
Thank you very much. Okay, lunch will be served. I'm sure that you must have gotten your lunch ticket. Thank you for being very good participants. Eh? Huh? There's no ticket for this. Which restaurant?
Please, lunch will be served at, what do you call it, Ogudu Grill or whatever. Those of you who are used to Abuja Continental. There is no, is it Ogudu or Obudu? Hello? Hello, ma? Is it Obudu Grill or Ogudu? So we just go out, then we go to the right for lunch.